Philadelphia area because it's a lot more cosmopolitan. And I sought the assistance of Philcon. I am never going to forget going to the Philcon board meeting when I stood in front of them all and said, I would like your assistance in starting a furry convention. And they still remembered the things that had happened. And there was an outcry, and they screamed, and they wrung their hands, and one guy shouted, you would have to get on your knees and beg us for our help. So I said, all right. I would like your assistance starting a furry convention here in Pennsylvania. That's what I did, and that sort of moved them, so they helped us get started. And we were saying, we are the world's second furry convention, but as I later found out, we were not the second, we were the third furry convention, because something was happening over in the Netherlands, wasn't it?
Yes. In 1998, we had Euroferns in the Netherlands. You might know. Oh,
Really? As far as I know?
Yeah.
thank you.
And you know what? Just
All hands down. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, thank you.
What was happening in the Netherlands?
In the Netherlands, we had Euroferns 4. Before it happened in the Netherlands, it was more of a glorified barbecue weekend between friends. But in the Netherlands, it became a little bit more. Now do note that Euroferns, for many, many years, the idea behind Euroferns was that every year it would be in a different country of Europe. Sometimes it went well, like in the Netherlands. Sometimes it went less well.
About 9.
999.
Let me tell this one because I was curious because I didn't understand. Euroferns was in like the Netherlands, then it was in Germany, and then they had it in like France or something silly, and then they had it in the Netherlands again, then it was Germany, then it was Germany, then it was Germany.
And then it was Germany, and
Yeah.
Germany, yeah.
And somebody complained, probably the French, complained, it's supposed to be in a different EU nation every year, because it touches and knows it, you
There were
know.
a lot of Dutchies very salty wild because the Dutch furry fandom, salt is our main export product. We're very good at it.
So the Germans basically said, okay, who wants it? And the room was quiet. And then way in the back, a little hand from the Czech Republic went up. And they said, okay, it'll be in Czechia. And oh my God, the Germans were like, 9, 9, 9, mein Gott, 9. They had a message board on their thing, and people were just screaming and yelling, this is terrible, we're not going to go, we're going to boycott it. So the American gets on there and says, what is the problem? They said, we don't want to go to Czechia. And I said, you didn't have a problem in 1939? Too soon?
No.
See, Americans can do that because we're assholes, everybody knows it. Why don't you tell them what happened at Euroferns 9?
Well, for starters, I could not attend Euroferns 9. It was one of the
Too
few,
lucky.
Yeah, it was one of the few Euroferences that I could attend, but I honestly did not. I volunteered at Euroferns for 20 years, but my car insurance wasn't valid in Czechia back then, and so I couldn't attend.
I can tell you why. I drove for the first time in a Skoda.
Oh, the old ones. Yeah. But at Euroferns 9, there was something, and I think that Kage can elaborate on this. Technology.
The site, and please forgive my terrible pronunciation of the Czech language.
I'm Dutch, you're forgiven.
Okay, it was called Sportoreo Samoption. It was a youth sporting camp that apparently went back to the Stalin era. Because when I was driven up, I was the guest that year, when I was driven up in this little 1958 vintage Skoda, which could barely make it up hills, thankfully there were downhills, or else we'd have never gotten there. What I saw were low, long, concrete bunkers that had rows of bedrooms in them on either side and a long central hallway. And I couldn't help noticing there were 2 locks on the door, one on the inside, one on the outside. Remember, it hadn't been so long since. So they didn't have a large area to have the big events in. So they said, we'll get a giant tent, like a circus tent, and we'll set it up and have the main stage events in there. It's fine weather. Well, the gentleman who was tasked with putting up the tent drove up to the large, flat, level area that the German crew had set up for it, and proceeded to construct the tent on the side of the hill overlooking the large, flat area. So they had to have him take it down.
And put on the flat area, and then it started to rain.
Oh, before it started to rain, that was when I was on stage distracting people because for some reason things weren't starting on time. That's very rare at Eurofurnace, German efficiency, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I was trying to keep people distracted, and behind me was the pulpit stage.
With a pole.
Yeah, well, one of the pulpiteers would say, Kage, hey, Kage. What? He said, don't touch the light pole, it's under current. I said, of course it's under current, you idiot, it's a light pole. I mean this, he said, no! I said, he's serious. The electrician had forgotten to ground or earth the current. The tent poles, the light poles were all electrified. The chairman found that out when he touched the light pole and got 240 volts through him. That's when the rain started. And, do you know about the microphones?
No, do tell.
They had microphones like this that were technological microphones.
Enlighten me.
The pulpit stage was in the front. Their pulpit show was world-renowned. The control stage was in the back. And they had wireless microphones that when they tried to... That's how they sounded.
You basically started to announce trains at the train station.
Yes, I'm learning my Niederlander. Chito, their chairman, was very morose and said, we're going to have to cancel the pulpit show. I said, no. Dude, the show must go on. That's the one rule in this business. You guys are German, figure something out. And he said, well, the only thing we have are wired microphones. I said, then use the wired microphones. And he said, but the sound stage is in the back. I said, how long are your fucking wires? So what they did was they ran wires. You were there, right? You said it like over the shoulders of the audience, up onto the pulpit stage. And I had one, and when I did my stuff, I was having fun because I tend to move back and forth, and I was watching people in the audience getting whipped and doing this stuff. You talk a little bit, I need to drink something.
Okay. There's also, around 2001, there was a small convention in the Netherlands that had 2 editions that not many furs know about. It's a furry convention called Tricon, and it ended in such a way that if I start to tell this, it sounds like a hyperbolic thing out of a little bit of a funny movie, but it is true. A family of mine owned a hotel in Zandvoort, which is a wonderful little city right next to the beach. Yeah, well, okay, it's not wonderful, but it's a city next to the beach. What?
It's the Los Angeles of Holland.
It's a village. Okay, I've been corrected correctly, yes. This little village had a hotel. My family run it, and they said, we would like you're fine, you can run a Furcon here. The first edition went okay. The second edition, well, it had its problems. Suddenly, there were some people walking through like they were guests and they wanted to speak to the manager of the hotel. And now we were like wondering, oh my gosh, what's going on? But that was the beginning of the end. Because those people bought the hotel.
Whoa, you bought the hotel?
No. Those people that were there, they bought the hotel on the spot. And we were no longer allowed to host a convention there. Because, and I kid you not, it became an insane asylum.
Oh, and then they bought the hotel.
You're not wrong. But yeah.
That's for the modem.
So every time when I wanted to reboot that convention, it's like, but why did you stop? And I thought, like, the hotel became an insane asylum, and they're like, is this related? And the conversation just goes downhill from there, because around that time there was a certain CSI episode on television.
Who here does not know what we mean when we say CSI? Okay, we don't need to tell them. It was not so much a nightmare for me as, well, all right. Here's what it was like for me the next day at work. I'm sitting in my office, the door is behind me, and I could hear my coworkers mowing. No, it's okay, just ask him what's it. And then I heard, yes, what is it? And I couldn't see them, but I could imagine all the little faces lined up. Sam? Yes? What? I'm busy. We were watching CSI last night. I said, yes, what of it? Is that what goes on at your convention? And I turned around exasperated and I said, if that was what was going on my convention, number one, why do I not know about it? Number two, why am I not invited? You notice the answer was not no.
Speaking of one of the plot points in that episode, and the funny thing is, if you Google for that episode, this is the result. It's that insane. But at Eurofurn 7, we had it in Nuremberg, in a wonderful little castle that you don't want to know the history of. But that little castle is in the woods, and we were having a lovely Eurofurns there. It was amazing, but it was in the middle of the hunting grounds, and it was hunting season. There were signs in the convention itself. At night, do not fursuit, and there were 2 signs next to it. This is not a joke. Don't.
All men and deer fursuiters survived that.
And I remember the year they were in Oberbaumhaus. I learned a German word that I didn't know. Because all of a sudden, I was coming out of breakfast and all the security people were running around very upset. Now, as an organizer myself, this gets my attention.
Was this with the cows?
Yes, I said, what's going on? They said, cows. I said, cows? Apparently there was a farm next door that had a gate going into the cow pasture, and a curious furry had opened the gate for whatever reason, and now we had cows running loose through our convention space. Cows.
As in the animals.
Yeah. Another bit of furry history. At least Anthrocon has an unspoken policy. It's something I resist greatly. I never want to fall into the trap of, we don't want those people here. You know, these fans are not real furry fans. We don't want them here. Because that way lies madness. There used to be a science fiction convention in the state of Illinois in the US. It was called DuckCon. Don't ask me why. DuckCon, yes. They were a rather sizable science fiction convention, one of the largest in the state of Illinois, and they had an active furry programming track. The organizers of DuckCon didn't like this because furries, they're not real science fiction fans. They're not like us. They're something weird, something different. We don't want them here. So they canceled all the furry programming and said, we're not going to have a furry track anymore. So the furries, sadly, went away and said, well, maybe we can have our own convention. So they tried it. They set it up. They called it Midwest Fur Fest in Chicago. And it was fairly successful. A lot of furries went. DuckCon lost 50% of its attendance, which was a major financial blow. They were so upset by it, the next year they invited me to be the guest of honor, figuring I'd bring the furries back. I brought 19 of them back. That was the best I could do.
19 as a percent or the amount of people?
Oh, no, 19 people. Wow. Because my story hour pretty much looked like this. Yes? I found out I was a furry. I found out there was a word for it at Worldcon in 1989 when they had a fan table that had this cardboard hand-lettered sign that said Furry Fandom. I'd never heard of such a thing, but they had amazing artwork. They had some comics by Stan Sakai, Usagi Yojimbo, Heroic Tales of Feudal Japan, the comedic trappings of Jim Grote's Equine, the Uncivilized, and Red Shepherd, and opened my eyes. What we had used to call funny animals didn't have to be funny anymore. You could actually tell real stories with them, and that captivated my imagination.
Yeah, because for the longest of times, animation was being considered just for children, but thanks to the furry fandom, it started to grow, and I think that several of the furries, they grew up watching, well, Robin Hood, for example, started to feel funny because of certain scenes, and ended up working for Disney, and they started to continue like that, and this entire chain went on to Zootopia.
Yep.
Because there are furries on the team there, you know.
Actually, I cannot mention their names, but there are senior managers and executives currently at Disney Corporation that I knew on Furry Muck back in the 1990s. For many years at Disney, furry was the kiss of death. Everybody was afraid to mention it. You know, no Disney animator wanted to say furry. Nobody wanted to be out of the closet. I knew that had changed when the first trailer for Zootopia, or Zootropolis in some countries, came out, when they introduced the word anthropomorphic, and I said, God damn it, that's our word! Ever since then, it has not been a problem.
Oh yeah. And the really fun part about this, not just with Disney, back in the days, we were the nerds, we were the outcasts, but the furries, they are very well knowledgeable, and to be fair, we started to get very good jobs, and we literally run the internet now. Just imagine when some other people are there and thinking from, hey, the furry fandom is not doing anything, we run the internet. If you go in any company out there, at one point it was like, hey, wait a minute, isn't that guy one of the top executives of Unity? He's like, yeah, and this is Eurofurns. At one point at Eurofurns there was this huge tech convention right next to it. There were more tech people at Eurofurns. It's that simple. And at one point in the American army, some guy started to complain because he was maintaining all those B-27 or the black triangle, the flying fortresses.
The B-1s.
The B-1s, yes. I'm not very good with planes.
I am.
And it shows. And they opened the hatch, and for the nuclear payload inside there was, ooh, what's this? And not just with one plane, with all of them.
There is a joke. People say this as a joke. They say, you could piss off 8 furries and completely bring down the worldwide internet, and they laugh, and I quietly say to myself, I know their names.
At one point, there was, and I think that you know the story behind it, but there was this picture of an airplane filled with furries. I think they were going to Entercom, not sure, yeah. And one of the comments under it, it was like, don't hate me for this, I'm not an anti-fur, but if this plane crashes, shit will happen.
Yeah, the internet is doomed.
Yeah.
Also, in my many, many, many years as chairman of Anthrocon, I have heard this story so many times. The first time I heard it, I laughed. I thought it was funny. But I've heard it literally dozens, if not hundreds of times. Furry A, he's going to take some vacation in July, and the boss says, where are you going? Oh, I'm going on a deep sea fishing trip. And the boss says, oh, that's nice, I'm going skiing in Utah. And then at Anthrocon on Friday afternoon, they run into each other. Always tech people, too.
Yeah.
I'm going to share with you all something. Oh, yes, first. Yes. It is.
Can you explain to us why? And are insects considered to be furries, or are they something else?
Insects are furries because it was decided many years ago, furry is a catch-all term for anthropomorphic animals. People use the term the scalies, okay.
This is a scaly neighborhood.
Yes, one single term is perfectly fine. I'll tell you what, remind me of that tomorrow when I do my story hour, because that's better when I'm a lot more lubricated than I am now. Because I still don't know why the hell I bought this shit. God damn it. Look. Did you see that? It moved.
Yeah, it's possessed.
I'm going to share with you something that I told to a very, very nice gentleman. Has anybody ever seen the American TV show Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Oh yeah, awesome.
MST3K, the actor that portrays Dr. Forrester, actually came to a Florida furry convention.
You did?
Yes. He showed up at Megaplex some years ago. And of course, I invited him to some drinks by the pool, and we were enjoying quite a few of them. And his name was Trace Beaulieu. He was also the puppeteer of Crow T. Robot. So he was a fan. And we were sitting there drinking and shooting the breeze about fandoms and stuff. And a well-known fursuiter named Yippee Coyote came walking by. Trace was drinking a mixed drink known as a zombie out of a hollowed out coconut shaped like a monkey's head. And he had a straw, and I watched him follow Yippee. And he said to me, after he burped, he said, you have to picture the Dr. Forrester voice. I just have one question. Who the hell are you people? And I was going to give him the spiel, the sales pitch, and then I realized, no, this is a man who had to sit through Manos, the Hands of Fate 5 times. He deserves better. And I said, you're asking the wrong question. You're asking who we are. I want you to ask who we were. We were the fat kid. We were the brainy kid. We were the kid with the big, thick glasses. We were the kid who couldn't catch a football. We were the kid confused of his sexual identity. We were the kid that, for whatever the hell reason, the other kid said, you don't belong with us! But human beings are social animals. We crave companionship. Denied companionship by our peers, we sought it where we could. Some of us looked to the stars, others looked to the barbarians in the far past. We looked for companionship in the happy, smiling, accepting faces of the cartoon characters we saw on Saturday morning. Now I will answer your question, who we are. We are adults who never forgot our old friends. And Trace wiped a tear from his eye and said, that was beautiful. I said, holy shit, I gotta write that down. God damn, give me a napkin. That was brilliant. Holy crap. That's why Yes, you got a lot of questions. What's up? Yes.
Furry cartoons that I watch, you can now know what Furry was SWAT Cats, if you remember SWAT Cats.
How could I not remember SWAT Cats?
SWAT Cats, lots of explosions, buildings blowing up. You know, it was quite violent for children. People got, animatronic characters got killed. That was on Cartoon Network, weekend cable TV in the 90s. I mean, I watched Cartoon Network 5, 6, 7 hours from 6 a.m. to 20 to 10 p.m. at night.
With this amount of information, I made your men skip this man a parade.
Yeah, well, SWAT Cats was groundbreaking in that in this era where cartoons, early 90s, cartoons are for children, SWAT Cats had a body count. I mean, they are actually showing burning corpses in animation on there. I'm not going to say that impressed me, but damn, that impressed me. These guys were breaking the mold. I wound up sending a fan mail to the creators, Christian and Yvonne Tremblay. And apparently they liked my fan mail because if you look up SWAT Cats, second season, first episode, the title was Mutation City, there is a character in it named Dr. Conway.
Yep. About for you, by the way, I run SWATcats.com for a number of years. It was on my server.
I remember 2005, I went to some, I remember which one, I still have the good email, some SWATcats platform, I can register an account there, but we never posted anything there. I watched SWATcats, we had that on TV, I mean, because of that, I watched Pinky and the Brain, the Animaniacs also. They rebooted Animaniacs, watched that. I actually own that on DVD, I actually bought it. I I don't know if you remember.
It didn't have the same heart. They rebooted it, but they had to operate by the modern rules. It was no longer the Wild West of animation. I mentioned that our fandom per se started in the 80s, but of course there were cartoons that went further back. People have drawn parallels between anime fandom and furry fandom.
And also, before this all, you're not going to disagree with this one, but the people behind Fritz the Cat were furries.
Oh, Ralph Bakshi, of course he was a furry. Were you aware? The first feature-length animated movie made in Japan was Furry. It was called Momotaro no Umiwashi. It was the story of the Japanese boy hero Momotaro and his animal friends. It was made in 1941. I'm sorry, it came out in 1942. It was made by the Imperial Japanese Navy to tell the story of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor from the Japanese standpoint using an all-animal cast. It is a lot of fun to watch for an American because the way they portray Americans is very accurate. They basically stole some of the cells from the early Popeye cartoons. They used the character of Bluto, big, fat, hairy guy who was very cowardly and was always running away, and any time a bomb would land near him, he would be thrown into the air, he'd land on his ass, and beer bottles would fly out of his pockets in all directions.
Sounds American.
That's as American as you can get. America, fuck yeah! Oh, I gave a talk in Taiwan a couple of weeks ago, and I was using that term, America, fuck yeah! And I heard the translator just end with America, and I said, and he sort of, fuck yeah! Come on, fuck yeah! And then he said something in Hokkien, and of course the audience burst out laughing. And after the talk, the chairman came to me and said, the owner of the hotel would like to talk to you. Okay. Let's keep moving about history, shall we?
But these days, I mean, one of the things that you had, the furry fandom, as we know it, but the fun part, we were very close-knit as a community. And then the horrible thing in 2020 happened. The plague times. And the thing is that at Eurofurence, we had the entire hotel completely rebuilt in virtual reality, in VR chat, and we held dance contests there. At one point, I was working for TV, I was working in post-production studio, and I still had some friends there, so I talked with them so now and then. And one guy was like, hey, we have this little idea where people are in a virtual setting and maybe something with dancing, but we have no idea. I don't think it's technically feasible. And I showed that person the Eurofurence online videos. He was like a little kid. His mind was fried, and like this shows that we as a furry fandom on a technology level, just if you ever am a little bit doubting on how amazingly advanced we are with VR chat, look no further than Furality. I mean, amazing, hands down.
I have to give a salute, you mentioned the dreadful year of 2020, to our colleagues in Toronto, Canada, Thermal Equinox. They were the first furry convention that had to cancel because of the COVID pandemic. 6 days before the convention. As much as I hate to say it, better them than me, they showed us all how it had to be done. 6 days before the convention, they had to cancel and deal with attendees who might be slightly less than understanding. There was another convention that had to cancel in my state of North Carolina. They were in the western part of North Carolina. A very, very serious hurricane struck western North Carolina. It destroyed a significant portion of the state. The hotel where give us a moment. The hotel where the convention was going to be held was the only hotel still standing in that region. So the convention was going to continue. The night before the convention, here's the problem. That hotel was the only place the disaster relief workers could stay. So they gave the convention the choice. You know, we can't tell you to cancel, but there's people who have lost their homes who need help. What the hell are you gonna do? Fortunately, there was only a very small handful of people who complained publicly, and the ones who complain publicly you don't hear a lot about anymore.
And speaking of this kind of shows how much of a heart the furry fandom has for charity.
Questions? Didn't think so. And I'm serious, actually, because people are frequently coming up to me, and this has been going on for the past 2 decades. They say to me, Uncle Kage, I want to start a furry convention in my hometown. And my answer is, you're insane. You have no idea what you're getting into. The first thing is, you don't start a furry convention. You don't just drop a convention in the middle of a city and expect it to succeed. These things grow organically. You have to start with a fur meet. You have to have a basis to build off of. Someone says, I want to start a convention in the little village of Podunk in the state of Iowa. And I say, all right, how many people came to your last fur meet? And they say, well, we've never had a fur meet. I say, all right, then what makes you think people are going to come to a convention in Podunk? And I've seen it happen. People say, I'm going to have a convention, and they think 1,000 people are going to show up, but they have nothing to build on. There's an old movie in the US called Field of Dreams, where they're looking as if you build it, they will come. No, they won't. It doesn't work like that. Generally, I tell people, start out small. Have a furry picnic. Have a house party. Have a bowling meet. I don't know. Do something. If you get 2 people going to it, then you're not going to get people to come to a convention. If you have a bowling meet or something like that, and 100 people show up, and you can't fit them all into the building, now you can start a convention. However, you really have to, number 1, bring in someone who's done it before. I could, as a matter of fact, I'm doing convention war stories at some point, I think, and one of the war stories I can tell is the dozens of people I've known who've tried to start a convention and completely gotten themselves buried. They were underwater. I think on the schedule, is it tomorrow or Sunday? I think they're having me as well do a little presentation. Oh, thank you very much. A private history of some campaigns that failed. That's sort of part 2 of this talk. Oh, thank you very much. He takes on the fursuit. Well, it's good, but fish fucking this stuff, you know. Sorry, I stole that line from W.C. Fields. Okay, so let's say you've had your fur meet and 100 people showed up, and it was insane. You couldn't fit everybody in the building at the same time. Now you need to find a venue. That is, where are we going to have this thing? You don't just show up at a hotel and say, hi hotel, we're going to have a furry convention, and they say, yay! You have to sell it to them. Chances, well, in the past, nobody knew what a furry convention was. Now they do. The question is, what have they heard about furry conventions? This hotel might have read stories about other furry conventions that left the hotel in a very poor condition. One thing that you can do is, if the hotel is part of a chain, like Marriott or Hilton or something, you can contact another convention that has a good reputation that is in that same hotel chain, have that hotel talk to your hotel. That is the very best way to get an in. But let's say you don't have that luxury. You're going to show up at the hotel and you're going to say, great, I want to bring you some business. This is a personal feeling of mine. I do believe I'm right. Some people disagree with me. Remember, this is a business. As much as we want to just think it's a big party, there's money changing hands, there are agreements that have to be made. You have got to run it as a business. I'm not sure about the laws here in this beautiful country of Slovenia, but in the United States, you really have to create a corporation. You have to actually found a business, because if there's any problems with money, if there's any problems with the law, you want those problems to be the business's problems, You don't want it to be your problems. I have seen people try to start a convention, they're running it out of their own pocket. Oh, I'll just use my bank account. When that drops down to negative numbers, it's no fun. So, when you're going to go to the hotel, you want to be taken seriously. You see how I dress? This is how I dress all the time. Without the lab coat, this is probably how you should approach the hotel. If you go to the hotel wearing Bermuda shorts and sandals and a Hawaiian shirt that doesn't cover your belly, they're not going to take you seriously. You want them to take you seriously. So you go in, you're dressed nice, you have good professional bearing, you're not drunk off your ass, don't be. And then you have to explain to them what it is you want. You know, we're looking to have space, we're looking to have this many rooms. Hotels like rooms, yes, they also like catering. That's where they make a lot of money. If you can have any kind of event where food and drink is involved, hotels like that. That's a little side bit. So, you tell them, I want to have some rooms. People are going to come, they're going to stay in the hotel. And in exchange, we would like to have a discount on the space that we're going to use. That is the next question. That is the hardest question. How many rooms do you want to guarantee? Because you're going to make a promise to the hotel. We're going to have 100 rooms that are going to be occupied Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's 300 room nights. See how that works? How sure are you that you're going to have 100 rooms? If you have 100 people coming, you know how furries are, there's going to be 2, 3, 4 of those per room. You're not going to have 100 rooms. In general, and I know that reservations work differently in Europe than they do in the United States, we usually have about an average of 3 people per hotel room, because most hotels in the US can sleep up to 4 people. You have to make your best guess how many beds will be occupied, and then take that number and cut it in half. Trust me. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they plan too enthusiastically for how many people are going to show up to the first convention. We're going to have 300 people. That's a great plan. Plan for 150. Because if you plan for 300 people and 150 show up, you're in trouble. You have promised the hotel a certain amount of cash for this event, and they're going to want to get that cash. You signed a contract that said you're going to give them that cash. On the other hand, if you plan for 150 and 300 show up, you can always say to the hotel, "Can I have some more rooms?" Chances are they'll say, "Oh yeah, sure. And if there's not enough rooms in this hotel, maybe there's one down the road, your overflow hotel." So we have tried to guess how many people are going to show up based on our fur meet that we had, where 100 people showed up. We're going to have 100 people show up at the convention. We will plan for 50. Remember, if you're having your convention here in Ljubljana and everybody lives within 2 kilometers of the hotel, they're probably not going to stay in the hotel. If they're all local, why would they get a room here? They can just go home and then come the next day and save money. You have to plan for not only how many people are going to come, but how many are likely going to stay in the hotel. I come from the US. it's a good bet I'm going to want to have a hotel room. But if somebody lives in the building across the street, they're not going to have a hotel room. There was a convention that was being started in Asia, in one of the Asian cities, and I was looking at their hotel contract, and this was the advice I gave them, because I said, look, all of your people live in that city. You are not going to fill all those rooms. You're going to have to cut this number down. So, we have our base, our fan base. We know that there's 100 people can go to a Furry, probably 100 people will come to the hotel. Most of them are local. Some of them had to drive 3 hours to come to the Furry, which means you had a really good Furry. If somebody drives 3 hours to go bowling with you, you're doing a good thing. So we'll tell the hotel, okay, 20 rooms. We can likely fill 20 rooms. And if instantly 20 rooms get filled, you say to the hotel, let's make that 30. Build up. Don't plan high, plan low. If you remember nothing else from this talk, remember that. You can always add. There's no subtracting. So we have our base, we've talked to the hotel, we have come to the agreement. We will charge you this number of euros to have this nice room. We will plan for 20 hotel rooms for 3 nights. That's 60 room nights. They're going to give you a hotel and say, they're going to give you a hotel contract, and they're going to say, sign here. And what do you say? You say, thank you, I'll take this with me, and I'll bring it back tomorrow. Because, for God's sake, don't sign the contract the first time. This is how business works. They don't expect you to sign the contract the first time. It's sort of like going to the street market where the man is trying to sell you the nice handmade rug, and he says, this will be 100 euros. You don't hand him 100 euros. You say, I'll give you 40 euros. And he'll act all insulted and say, that is worth at least 80. And you say, yeah, okay, I'll give you 50. It's called bartering. The hotel contract is the same. The first version of the contract has everything the hotel would like to have and doesn't give you anything. They expect you to take it home and then add in what you want and take out some of the stuff that they want. And you come to an agreement in the middle. If you sign the contract the first time, number one, they're going to think you're an idiot, and they're going to treat you like one. And number two, they're going to take you for everything you've got. The first version of the hotel contract, and, do I know what I'm talking about? I've got 24 hotels for Apricot. I've got 24 hotel contracts. I have to go through each one and look for little things. So the hotel told you, we will give you this beautiful room up here, and it will only cost you 600 euros each day. So 1,800 euros for the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to have this beautiful room. Now you're going to flip to page 9 or 10. These contracts are very long. And it will say, you want chairs? Each chair will be 5 euros. You want a table? That's 15 euros. You want to use the stage? Now that's an extra 1,000 euros a day if you want to use the stage. You want the lights turned on? That's 500 euros. You have to read that. And if you've got somebody who's a lawyer, let them read it too. There was a convention in another country I will not mention where that exact scenario I just described happened. I begged the organizer, let me see your contract before you sign it. But he knew what he was doing. And he, as we say in my country, he lost his shirt. Because all these other charges were hidden in the contract. The contract will say little things like, if there is a loud party that one of you people is having, the entire contract is void and we will throw all of you out. The contract may have a lot of things that say, if you cancel your event, since we expected the money, you will have to pay us all that money. There's nothing in there that prevents the hotel from canceling the contract. How do I know this? This happened to Leprechaun in 2004, when all of a sudden, the hotel decided, we're going to demolish the building and put up a Target store, which is similar to Walmart, if you're familiar with that. And I said, I have a contract. And they said, show us in the contract where we have to have a hotel. All of Anthrocon's contracts say there will be a hotel on these premises. Because it has to say that. If it's not in the contract, it never happened. If the manager said, we'll give you all the chairs for free and there's no charge for the lights and you can have everything in the room, that's great. Put that in the contract. Because we're going to get here and at the end they're going to hand you a bill and the manager, oh, thank you. Yeah, it's blue. Now my tongue is going to be, wow, that's sugary. Ooh, boy. I'll be bouncing by the end of the day. So, we have our contract. We have looked through it. We want to add some details. If you want, you can contact me. I've got an entire list of things we like to have in our contract. Little details like Anthrocon is not financially responsible if one of the attendees trashes the room, because that's in the first version. You know, if my buddy over here gets really, really drunk and decides he wants to cut squares out of the carpet and make origami animals out of them. Not that that's ever happened. That's his problem, not mine. It also has little details that say nobody can make any charges to Anthrocon except for me. And that is very specific. Because what I don't want is the hotel coming to me at the end of the day and say, one of your people decided to hold his own rave late at night and he has to rent a DJ deck, so here's the bill for that. That's never happened either. You really need to go to Convention War Stories. What else is in there? Oh. You'd think I'd have it memorized by now. As a matter of fact, just before I was doing this, I was looking at that list. Because with 24 hotels, there's going to be one who wants to wait till the last minute to sign the contract. Oh, that's another thing. When you sign the contract, you don't make any plans till you get the contract back from the hotel with their signature on it. Just because you signed the piece of paper doesn't mean anything. They have to sign it too. So, you know you've got the right number of people, you've planned wisely, you have planned the amount of space you're going to need, you've come to an agreement with the hotel, You're going to make sure that that contract has protections in it for you, not just protections for the hotel. Now, what are you going to do? You've got to get the word out there. How do you do that? I don't know. I got a team does that for me. Get a social media team. There's that word, team. No one can run a convention themselves. I've seen them try it, and they failed. There's also two kinds of people who want to run a convention. There's the people who really want to do something for the community and really want to build something that people can enjoy. And then there's the people who want to be the man. They want to be the person in charge. They want to be the one up in front of the stage with a microphone. That one will fail. And I know that because I've seen it happen. You have to get together a team of people who know what they're doing and are reliable. And now I'm going to give you the piece of advice that is the most difficult. If you're going to be in charge of a convention, do not take that position if you're not willing to fire your best friend. Because it's fun, it's a big party, we're gonna get everybody together and have fun, but like I said, it's still a business. And if your best friend has been put in charge of doing something and isn't doing the job, you're gonna have to find somebody who will. That's where sometimes this job isn't fun. You are here for other people to have fun, not for you to have fun. I'm sorry, that's how it works. There is an old saying in my country, I think it was the American author Ambrose Bierce that said this, and somebody can correct me if they know the source. And forgive me, the language is sexist, but it goes back to the 19th century. However, the spirit is still quite valid. A good manager is one who has the brains to hire the right man for the job and the wisdom to stand back and let him do it. Don't be what we call a micromanager. You don't want to be leaning over somebody's shoulder and making sure they're doing the job. You all have jobs. Don't you hate it if somebody does that to you? If you're going to put someone in charge of registration, yeah, you can work on it collaboratively, but they're in charge of registration. Think of it as basically a management structure. You've got your senior manager, you've got your other managers under them, and if you've set things up properly, you're a non-profit. If you want to run a for-profit convention, go ahead and try. You're not going to get rich. And if you have a for-profit convention, don't you dare try to have volunteers. Because nothing in the world, to me, is lower than somebody that is asking people to work for free while they make money. That's called America. And you don't want to be that, especially these days. Okay, you have got your people, you've got your hotel, you've got your hotel agreement, you have put together your team who's going to run things. When you put that team together, you have to make sure that those folks are, how do I put this, have the right temperament for dealing with furries. Remember, this is now a service organization. Have you ever gone to a shop or a coffee shop somewhere, and the person behind the counter is surly and angry and glares at you? It doesn't give you a good feeling, does it? But if they're cheerful and smiling, it gives you a good feeling you probably want to go back there. It's the exact same thing here, it's the exact same thing with any sort of service that you're providing. It can get stressful, and it will get stressful, but you have to keep a cheerful face. Do it for the attendees. If you get grouchy, they're going to be grouchy. So now, we've done it. Now we've got the convention and it's been planned and everybody is going to be coming here and having a good time. Now it's time to actually run the thing. Shit's gonna happen. Get that through your mind right now. Things are gonna go wrong. They always do. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. Things still go wrong. Some of them, they're in your control. And if they're in your control, you can fix it. That's great. Some of it's not in your control. This is how the world works. The measure of a convention is not what goes wrong. It's how you respond to what goes wrong. You can't panic. You can't get too upset. You can be upset later. Fix it first. You improvise, you overcome, you adapt. I can give a perfect example. I was describing this last night. At Eurofurence a number of years ago, when they were in the Czech Republic, they had wireless microphones for their puppet show. The puppet show was up on the stage. The technical stage was in the back of the room, behind the audience. Some of you might have heard this story, right? The wireless microphones were an example of what I started to call technology. If anybody here is from the Czech Republic, it's playful. I'm not putting you down, but they were pieces of shit. I mean, I could have been talking into a piece of shit and gotten a better response, because these wireless microphones, when you're talking, they're... Of course, that was Czech, but so they tried everything. These things simply couldn't work. And the chairman was talking about, we'll have to cancel the puppet show. And I said, no, you can't do that. This is your showpiece. This is the highlight of the convention. I said, do you have wired microphones? And he said, we do, but the tech stage is all the way in the back. And I said, how much wire do you have? So they got all the wire, and I think they ran into town and bought every single piece of AV wire that they could get. And they ran, it was literally the length of this room, they ran wired microphones all the way back over the shoulders of the audience to the back of the tech stage, and it looked like a big, spider web, all these wires going up to the microphones. And I was doing stuff in between acts, and I tend to move around. I was having a lot of fun whipping people because they're doing this as I do this with the mic. But, like I say, shit's gonna go wrong. When it goes wrong, you can't wring your hands and cry about it. Do that later. Fix it first. It doesn't matter how you fix it. Just fix it. And everyone's terrified that people will be angry. If they're angry, that's a them problem. That's not a you problem. That's another thing. Communicate. Don't try to keep it secret. They're going to get upset. If you keep people informed, they're less likely to get mad. And I can give, not a convention example, but I travel a lot. I'm sitting at the gate, and they say, the flight is delayed. And then half an hour later, they say, it's delayed again. And then half an hour later, it's still delayed. People are starting to get angry. You can defuse that by telling them why it's delayed. And I fly United Airlines, they're very good with this. They don't just say, the plane is delayed by 30 minutes. They'll say, the plane is delayed by 30 minutes because there is a very bad storm in the city where it's taking off from, so it can't get here. It still has to take off. People are now angry that the flight is delayed, but at least they know why, and they know that it's not your fault and you're working on it. So, if, for example, you're all sitting here to come to this talk, and Uncle Kage's not here, you know, this crew is not just going to let you sit here and wait and wait and wait and wonder what's going on. Somebody's going to come up and say, the old man is up in his room, he's still drunk, we found him passed out in a puddle of his own vomit, we're trying to get him cleaned up and get him down here as soon as we can. That's never happened. At least not this year. Where was I? Oh, yes. So yeah, shit's going wrong. Make sure folks understand why it's going. Now, here is a very, very important piece of advice for the chairman, whatever you want to call it. Usually it's chairman of the convention. You are never right. Your staff is always right. Here's what I mean. Let's say these wireless microphones weren't working. What is the reason the wireless microphones aren't working? The AV director, this is the truth, the AV director got the wrong microphones and they don't match the receiver, so that's a serious technical problem. You're not telling that to the people. You never, as we say, throw your staff under the bus. I have seen, and I could name the guy, but I won't. If I really want to, buy me a drink later and I'll tell you. I watched this fat fucker, honestly, when somebody came up and was complaining about whatever, he pointed to the AV director and said, well, yeah, that guy screwed everything up. I just wanted to punch him so far that he could feel my fist on the back of his skull. You don't do that. What would my excuse be? I'd get up there in a loud voice, I'd say, okay, folks, the chairman tried to save money and told the AV crew to buy a certain type of microphone, and it turns out he didn't know what he was talking about. I'm sorry, I'm going to get out of this now and let them do their job. It's your fault. Something goes wrong, it's your fault. It is never the staff's fault. Even if it is. Trust me. Because the second you throw one of your staff under the bus, you just lost a staff member. And you can't afford that. When you get a good staff member, you hold on to them. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, there's one other thing. Expect furries to be furries. One of the things that I adore about this community is how creative you all are. And one of the things I hate about you is how creative you are. Because just when I think I have planned for anything you might do, that creativity comes out. I would have never expected the complex Mayan pyramid of pizza boxes in a hotel room. I would not have expected anybody to have dismantled the bed and built a fort out of it. The art installation of soda cans glued to the ceiling was very pretty, but the hotel didn't appreciate it. You have to have security because 98% of your attendees are going to be well behaved. 2% are going to be jackasses. When you have 100 people, that's 2 jackasses. When you have 1,000 people, that's 20 jackasses. When you got 10,000 people, that's 200 jackasses. You got a big crew of jackasses now. So you have to be ready for stuff that is going to go wrong. Make sure your safety and security crew, they're primarily there for safety, because you don't want people getting hurt. But if somebody is being a dick, you need someone to go. Don't mind if I do that. Is there a fire up there? What happened?
That's fire.
That's for putting out the fires as they come up. That's what he was doing back there. Now I understand. I have seen 2 kinds of safety people. There are the quiet, gentle ones who'll come up and say, okay, folks, that's enough. You probably had a little too much to drink. How about you go to bed now? Oh, thank you. And then there are the ones who wanted to get into the United States Marine Corps and got turned away. You've seen them. The ones who march around, they usually want to wear camo and body armor, and they want to be, look at me, I'm the man, I'm in charge. I will tell you, that one, even at my age, I could probably take him down. The quiet one, he'll tear me to pieces. It's better to have the quiet one. Perfect example. There are different police agencies in the US, and different localities have their different flavors. The city of Pittsburgh has a city police force. Essentially the entire area where Pittsburgh is located, the county, has their police force. The county police took to the furries right away. Maybe because they're country people, I don't. And you can tell the difference between the county police and the city police. The county police, which we like to contract with, they're the ones who will come up and say, all right now, you probably shouldn't be hanging off the railing like that. If you fall, you're going to break your leg. Come on, somebody pull him back up there, okay? Let's not do that again. As opposed to, yo, you furry freak, get the fuck down there, I'm going to plug you right now. Not like that's ever happened. You want your people to have good memories of the convention. You don't want them going home feeling like they've been mistreated. You want them to come back next year. Because if people don't want to come back next year, you have failed. Because you want to grow every year. You want to learn. Your first year, you're going to mess everything up. Be ready for it. It's going to happen. Nobody's perfect the first time. An old saying, good judgment comes from experience. Experience comes from bad judgment. That's not quite the hour I was given, but those are the main things. I know some folk here are involved with running furry conventions. Anything that I might have missed or any questions you might have? Yes?
How did you handle Uncut 2020 with the corona pandemic?
How did I handle Anthrocon 2020 during Corona? I canceled it. You had to. We the advantage that the government stepped in and said, okay, you may not have large events. The Canadian Furry Convention, Vernal Equinox, that happened to them 1 week before the convention. I kind of wish Ronnie was here because he was the one that had to make the announcement. At least for that, people were understanding. There was an obvious reason for it. We had to cancel AfriCon 2020, but we did it 6 months out. When 2021 came around, we were hoping for it, but the pandemic had not settled down as far as we had hoped it would. I had a Zoom call with agents of the city and the manager of the convention center, who was an absolutely darling lady named Jennifer. And when I got on that meeting in February of 2021, and I said, okay, we were hoping it would be done by now. People are still dying, new cases are still coming up, new strains are coming out. We're going to have to pull the plug on 2021 as well. And Jennifer started to cry, and that destroyed me. I was thinking, okay, maybe we can still have it, but no. Things will happen that are out of your control. Like I said, as long as you keep people informed, keep them up to date, make announcements, explain what's happening, take the blame if you gotta, give them something to focus on, they'll be forgiving.
Are all the attendees refunded what they paid? They're all refunded for what they paid for the tickets and everything?
We gave people a choice. You can use that money as payment for the next year. In other words, we'll roll it over. We'll refund it to you, or you can make it a donation to the convention. About 400 people opted to make it a donation. The vast number said, just roll it over to the next time we have a convention. We didn't have to refund all that much. There was another convention. For obvious reasons, I will not say which one, had to cancel, and they told their folks, sorry, no refunds. We can't afford to refund your convention membership. They then went and paid the chairman and his boyfriend, the vice chairman, $20,000 each. I don't know if that's really public knowledge, or shall I say, oh, he's trying to make me fat. It is public record. Has it been publicized? In other words, has anybody made noise about it? No. I might be the only one who even knows. But what good would it be? What's the point of me bad-mouthing another convention? I wouldn't want it to happen to me. It's called professional courtesy. And that's the last thing. There's other conventions out there. Work with them, not against them. You are not in competition with any other convention. The only one you're in competition with is you last year. You need to outdo what you did last year. That's where you put your energies. If there's another convention that does this wonderful, great thing, if any of your team starts saying, well, now we need to, no. That's not what you're in the business for. This is not a fight, this is not a competition. This is a community, and we're here to advance the community, not to try to get ahead of the other guy. Any other questions? Yes?
Can I have a strawberry?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll just leave them up here when I'm done. When I'm done, you guys can. I don't know. I didn't even know where they came from. I don't know what question. I got a lot lot of questions. What's up?
How are you enjoying Ljubljana? How are you enjoying Ljubljana?
I'm enjoying Ljubljana. It tastes wonderful. I do like this city. First off, I like dragons. And there's all sorts of dragons around here. That's cool. It also has what we in the New World call Old World charm. There's a lot of architecture here that we simply don't have over there, and it's kind of comforting to be in a place that recognizes and preserves and honors its history. And I won't go any further with that, or I'll start saying nasty things about where I come from, and I don't want to do that on camera. Because I could be arrested when I get back to the U.S. And God, I wish I was joking.
The land of free speech.
Land of free speech, if you can afford it. Any other question? Yes?
I have a question regarding like on the budget thing. Like you obviously have to have a budget. What do you do like if something unexpected happens, like you go over budget? How do you deal with that kind of shit?
I cannot believe I forgot to mention budget. That's like the number 2 thing once you have your hotel. Thank you for bringing that up. You need a budget. Conventions have started where all of a sudden thousands of euros start coming in and people get what I call lottery syndrome. You might have heard of this. Somebody wins a fortune in the lottery. They win $9 million. And then they go and spend $10 million. You have to have a budget. Microsoft Excel is your friend. You plan for everything and plan, usually the number I give is 70%. That's the number Anthropon works with. You want to spend 70% of what you bring in. Because like was said, there's going to be something unexpected. Keep an eye out for service charges. They're very, very popular these days. At least in my country, let's say you have a catered event. You're going to have a luncheon for everybody, and that luncheon is going to cost $5,000. You put $5,000 on your budget line, but you have to remember, there's $5,000 plus a 20% administrative fee, plus your 7% tax on top of that. Make sure all of the fees are included in your budget line. And that budget has got to be, 1, very, very complete, and 2, it's not supposed to be flexible. Let's say you have $1,000, it's a nice round number, for all of the AV equipment. The rental of the AV equipment is $1,000 plus $200 delivery plus tax. When we get set up, if somebody says, it would be really cool if we could have some additional lights up here, I'm sorry, we're at the top of our budget. If you want to push that 70%, that's up to you. I don't recommend it. Because, let's face it, shit always winds up costing more than you expected. So, we're going to bring in 10,000 euros for this event. That's what registration will bring us. You plan to spend 7,000. Because now you've got 3,000 euros to start next year. That's another thing. People say, where do you get the money to start a convention? Oh no, that's your problem. You either get people to front the money, or you just try it out of your own pocket and hope that registrations will come in. I don't recommend either one. What do I recommend? I don't know. It's been far too long since I had to do it. And I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Oh boy, pretzels. I had pretzels. Oh, by the way, if anybody didn't get one of these, we got these things up here for the raffle. If you want to have one of these, maybe I should make sure somebody's here to hand them out. All right. Any final questions before I finish my slushy and make off with those pretzels? Oh, yes.
When you did the refunds for the COVID activities, banks usually hate when they do refunds. when you did refunds for all the comments, generally banks hate refunds. Did they close any troubles?
The bank wasn't happy, but it was understood. COVID, at least, nobody gave you any complaint. It was obvious why. We had to refund, I think it was somewhere on the order of $25,000 or $30,000. The banks didn't like it, but what could we do? We said to the bank, hey, we had an event. The government tells us we have to cancel the event. We have to give people this money back. Now, I don't know why the bank would complain, because all of our intake was credit card, so they're going to charge somebody $80. The bank is going to take 3% of that and give me, 76, whatever, $77, $78, I don't know what the hell it is. American education system. But when the bank issues the refund, they're taking $80 from me. They still get to keep their 3%. So they're not happy giving the money back, but at least they still made a profit. I didn't. Yeah, COVID was interesting. This is not really part of this talk, but take it from a scientist, it was long overdue. I'd been expecting it. I'm surprised it took as long as it did. Nature has been trying its best to kill us for years. And the sucky part is, okay, nature, COVID's the best you can come up with. You're losing your touch. I mean, we could have had like the Stephen King super flu with bodies in the streets. Oh well. And that's an aside. Any other questions before I turn this microphone over to whoever's doing the shit next? Yes?
Oh, thank you. Do you have any tips how to overcome fears that you do something wrong, you get in conflict with the law, or maybe have to pay a hefty fine, and ruin yourself? How do you avoid this kind of stuff?
That's a very good question. And the answer is no. I have no tips. Because I still have that fear every year. Am I going to be facing a hefty fine? That's why it's good to have lawyers on your staff and have them look at your contracts. Don't try to skirt the law. Do not even try it. Because someone out here is going to get pissed off at you. You said something wrong on social media and they're going to run straight to the police and turn you in. That's how it happens. Even after 20 years in Pittsburgh, I still worry every year that we're going to do something or we're going to try something and someone's going to tap me on the shoulder and say, you do realize that's not legal. That means we're going to stop doing it right away. So yeah, the question is, how do you get over the fear that there might be a large charge? Have insurance. You need to have insurance for an event. It's so second nature to me, I don't even think it, because when you sign a contract with the hotel usually says you need to have insurance. Especially in the US, when if somebody stubs their toe on the stairs, they'll try to sue you for crippling them for life or something. But insurance can save your bacon. It usually is not too expensive to get event insurance. You say to an insurer, you know, we're going to be having this event for 3 days, and pretty much it's going to be a bunch of people sitting around listening to a drunk old American throw up on himself. The people say, does he projectile vomit? And they'll say, oh, no, he just keeps it to himself. Okay, then we're not going to charge you a big fee for insurance. So insurance is a given. You try to do this without insurance, you are literally taking your life into your hands. And thank you for bringing that up. Again, it's like breathing oxygen to me. Yes, insurance is something you have to have. All right, I should probably turn this over so they can get the next group in here, but thank you for your attention. If you have any individual questions, look for the guy in the white coat. He'll answer them.
Radioactive cubic green.
You can display the thing now, please. Thank you. Very well done. Let's get your score. Okay, that is a good score, 273,104. Thank you very much. Alright, if we could get second player up, which will be Yank. I think I said that right, I'm sorry if I didn't. Okey-dokey. Okay. Never mind. Cool. Alrighty, are you ready to play? Awesome, come on over. Whenever you're ready, hit the restart button and you're good to go. Very well done. Very well done, that's a big score. Okay, up next then we have Heshku, if you're about. 564,941. That's a big score.
Alright, next up is Rayu.
Can we have a white if possible, please? If it's possible. Yes. We love a bit of technical problems. We'll be right back after this short commercial. 411,000. Very well done. Yep, 411,483. 50, you're up next. If you just hit restart whenever you're ready. Yep, hit play, and you're ready to go. $140,000. Let's see the last numbers. And 140,104. Alrighty, up next then is Zelda Dragon. Come on up. Very well done. Thanks very much.
That's not an art tableau over there. I know it's a blank space, but it does not need a picture of your persona in a documakara pose, completely nude with a heart on. It just doesn't need it.
Especially when that's a bit more spicy one, right?
This guy, oh, thank you. This guy's had to deal with shit too. Typically, we have what we call the 2-year rule, simply because less than 2 years it might be too painful to bring up. So we wait 2 years. There's an old saying in my land that tragedy plus time equals comedy. So if enough time passes, you can laugh about it. What can you laugh about? Get your ass up. Sit way over. Jesus. We're friends. Come on. Don't be so stand-on.
I mean, so basically, it depends from what point you look at. Because sometimes some things that happen may take a bit more longer than just 2 years. Especially when we are in the waters such as security. Because those things can sometimes bring a lot of things behind it, right?
There are times when, okay, I've had to face palm so hard I was afraid I'd break my nose. I have to worry about mentioning names, because one of you fuckers has a camera, I know it. Oh, there it is. Hi, YouTube. There was 1 year at an unnamed convention that I run. See? There was an incident. We had a drunk and disorderly attendee who was giving the hotel quite a lot of trouble to the point they had to call the police. And of course, when that happens, they call the chairman too. Because the chairman wants to know, at least at the unnamed convention that I run. Because if it's bad enough the hotel doesn't want them there, then I don't want them there. However, when I got there and I saw who it was, and I took the hotel manager aside and I said, okay, this is, because he said, I want this person out, I never want them back again. I said, okay, I understand. I'm going to ask as a personal favor, let this one pass, just this time. Because this person was the chairman of another major furry convention. And it would have been politically awkward for me to have to ban a colleague. So they let it go that year. But I think my colleague was sufficiently embarrassed they have not come back since. So.
But the looks of things, yes. But I would rather say, try not to remember non-named convention because of safety and everything. Have you ever had basically every single day, for like at least half a day, you have police every hour at your hotel?
That's an unfair question because I actually hire the police to assist security, so the police are there constantly. On the other hand, half the police officers in Pittsburgh are on my payroll. So yeah, you don't fuck with Uncle Kage, okay?
Basically, I would say that the amount of things that went down during the course of that convention, I would say that the amount of things that people came up with to actually make actually forced the head of the convention to call for police to pick somebody up or whatever. I think at that point, it's kind of like, okay, what is going on? How can people get to such an idea that does your convention also has, like, we have fursuit badges?
We do not have separate fursuit badges now.
Okay, so basically, in Europe there is a lot of convention that has some regular badge and fursuit badge. Basically meaning that if you have a fursuit badge with actual fursuit, you can enter the fursuit lounge. I guess you have those, right?
No.
Fursuit lounges.
Well, I'm sorry, yes, we have the fursuit lounge. I thought you meant badges again. I was going to say, I told you, we do have fursuit lounges.
Yeah.
In order to enter the fursuit lounge, you have to be wearing a fucking fursuit. That's easy!
Or at least have it visible that you have a fursuit, right?
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I kind of see where you're going. We have a separate fursuit line for the elevators at Anthrocon, because the lines can get very long. Because of the rule that fursuiters get priority, we say, fursuiters get priority on the elevator. And there was a bunch of fluffy things, and then at the head of the line was a fellow who looked just like this. Not exactly like this, but, just dressed in regular clothes, and I said, excuse me, this is the fursuit line. He said, well, I'm a fursuiter. Okay, you're missing the point, dude. So is that where you're going? Continue, sorry.
So basically, quite close to it actually, because of the massive influx of fursuiters and regular people that wanted to go to elevators, because basically convention has, for crying out loud right now, only 3 elevators available. And over 10 floors.
And how many attendees? Thousands?
Yes.
So,
and because of simplifying things, like, okay, if there is a fursuiter, like, okay, for example, if that there is in distress, usually if we come up to the person who's making sure that, okay, 3 people, okay, you go to the elevator, go, and then next elevator, next set of people, and so on. If you have a fursuiter and say, okay, I don't feel so well, who said that that person who's at the elevator can say, you don't look like you're in distress, go to the fursuit lounge instead. When the person wanted to go up to their hotel room to get out of the suit and to take a shower.
Yeah, that's a training issue. That staffer, again, it's a volunteer, they're doing their best, they're doing what they think is right. But you kind of need to take them aside and say, okay, dude, just don't, no.
I mean, basically, I will say for this convention, if you're a fursuiter and say you're in distress or something, that you want to go to the hotel room, okay. First elevator that arrives, go.
Yeah.
Nobody will stop you, or I will say that person who says no to fursuiters, I will say, okay, come with me, we'll discover the city.
Yeah, we're going to reassign you. You get to make sure Uncle Kage's bottle doesn't go away. You sit and watch the bottle the entire time. That's your job for the rest of the convention.
Yes. This would be quite nice, actually.
There was a convention in the US in the Midwest. Okay, it was, as far as I know, the only ambulance call for a fursuiter suffering from hypothermia. This person was freezing to death. I'm going to let that sink in. An ambulance call for a fursuiter with hypothermia. what had happened was the fursuiter had gone out drunk. Please, don't fursuit when you've been drinking.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to see and hard enough to walk when you're sober. I'm an expert on the subject. This person had gone outside and had fallen into a drainage ditch in the wintertime when the drainage just was full of ice cold water and had passed out, fortunately with the head above the water. And what saved them was an attendee happened to look out the window and saw, and the initial call came in that someone left a fursuit outside. They threw it in the ditch. And fortunately, security went out to check and said, holy shit, there's a person in that. So they did the right thing. They pulled them out of the water but did not move them any further. The person was not responsive. They were unconscious. They called the ambulance. And the very first thing the ambulance crew does is they pull out a big pair of scissors and they start cutting. Look, dude, we didn't know if you were alive or dead. We didn't have time to look for a zipper. So if that's another reason I have to give you not the fursuit when you've been drinking.
Have you ever had to basically fish out the fursuit that was in the canal next to the convention?
We have a river next to our convention, and the answer is no as far as I know, because my safety crew often does not tell me things they think will cause me to be upset.
Okay, I would say that basically, usually when convention gets close to run down for the day, usually there is, I would say, how can everyone or anyone here lose so many things in one day?
Don't keep an eye on your shit. Stop losing it. We'll talk about loss of count when you're done.
Yes, exactly that. Basically, what happened, the con-ops of that convention brought us not like a shopping cart that you have in the shops, but those like bigger ones that you have like, so you have the plastic lower plate where it's basically the wheels set on, and then you have two metal rails on the side. Basically about this high, roughly, or even a bit more, with several fursuits that are completely wet, because they were brought out of the canal next to the convention center.
No bodies in them, right?
No. I mean, the ones that they brought to us, it was like, there was no bodies inside, but it was, when you want to hold the fursuit, you don't have, you had to put it, like, when you try to lift the person from the elbows or some place to lift it, because it was so heavy, because it was soaked with water, because it was like, I don't know for how long, or if it was just basically directly from the canal that was brought to us, but it was like, and not like, as you may know, you have different types of fursuits, right? You have the one that are like, similar like what we have.
Like the partial suit or the full
No,
suit?
not the fursuit. It's just like a suit that goes directly to the body.
Okay,
And
yes.
then you have those that have a bit more realistic, digitally parts.
Yes.
So there was only the digitally suits in that trolley that they brought to us. So I don't know how, what, I don't know. I was thinking several times about it. I was like, how can somebody lose the entire full suit?
You dropped something. Yeah. Go on. Okay, not only how can they lose it, how the fuck do you get in the canal?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you still don't know?
Yeah, I asked the comment, like, how? How? Where exactly did you find that?
And how'd they know it was in there?
I have no idea.
You mentioned there are different kinds of fursuits.
Yes.
I got a phone call from one of my hunters. They said somebody left a fursuit behind. Seriously? Can you describe it? They say, well, no, it's in a satchel. It's in a travel bag. We only unzipped it far enough to see it's a fursuit. What should we do? I said, well, send it to me. I will figure out who owns it. So a few days later, a big box arrived, and I unwrapped the box, and there was a plastic bag in it. And I unwrapped the plastic bag, and there was another plastic bag. And I unwrapped that plastic bag, and there was a very nice leather travel case. And I opened it, and I realized that this fursuit had been used for purposes. It was very apparent what it had been used for. I quickly zipped the satchel up, put the plastic bags back on it, threw it into the trash, and went and took 4 showers in very quick succession.
But have you ever, some conventions may have trash bins basically just across from the elevators to access their rooms, right? Have you ever seen a suit that was soaked, but it was in that trash outside of the elevator?
No, I have not. I can honestly say, these things cost a lot of money!
Even the partial ones, they still cost their fair share, so still it's not really nice if we see completely fine fursuits and they are like put in the trash.
The only thing I could think to do would be to fish it out of the trash, make sure it's not one of those suits.
It wasn't in that case.
If nobody claimed it, I would have it cleaned and put it in a charity auction. That's generally what we do with lost and found items. Most lost and found items.
But after how long do you ever hold the lost and found for upcoming conventions?
No. We used to. We have a time period. Basically, it's a year. We have all sorts of shit in our lost and found. And if you do not claim it after a year, by US law, that becomes abandoned property. It's no longer yours. We will go through and we will look for something that's valuable, and we'll put that in the charity auction. If we can raise money for charity, great. Anything else? This is an Anthrocon legend. We take all the boxes and we dump them on a table and we tell people, free. You want it? Come get it.
It's actually quite... This is maybe not the convention war story, in fact, but I know that... I say that I've seen... basically, after the EF is now in Hamburg, right?
Yeah.
So, which is a rather interesting way to basically shrink the amount of lost and found items. Basically, whenever the convention starts to take things back to storage because of like, okay, the convention is over, so I mean we cannot have it all the entire year there because yeah, other events take place. Basically, it is set on tables from, for example, from Fursuit Lounge, from different spaces where attendees may hang out. And I've seen, like, how can somebody forget their phone and not claim it?
What is the most memorable thing you've had in your lost and found?
I would say, but it's a private information because of basically it's ID document.
Okay, ID documents.
One question for everyone. How can people lose their fucking ID?
I can tell you. Registration. This is what happens to us. People have to show their ID, and then they leave it there.
Not in this case.
Okay.
The ID was found in Fursuit Lounge.
They were showing their ID to...
I have no idea. I was like, what is this doing here? On the ground in the middle of the Fursuit Lounge. Why? How?
I can tell you, there are two things that I remember from the Lost and Found. The first, you're going to have to go to my story hour to learn about. Unless I told it last year, I can't remember. I don't think I did. And the second, this one is still a mystery to me. An artificial prosthetic leg. How did you not notice?
I have a theory about that.
Yeah?
Maybe, basically, they had that one that you had lost and found. But maybe they, along the way, when they were at the convention, they picked up their replacement or a newer version of it, and they basically forgot about the one that you had lost and found then.
Okay, maybe. Maybe. Or maybe the guy got home and said, well, damn! I was wondering why I couldn't hit the gas pedal. It could be either way. These are furries we're talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
This one didn't happen at my con. It happened at an unnamed convention called Midwest Fur Fest. You'd appreciate this one. You'd appreciate this one. It was another case of there were 4 elevators in a big hotel. 2 were out of commission, probably because somebody did something stupid.
Prior to the convention?
No, at the cottage.
Oh, okay.
The elevators always work fine till we show up. There is a legendary line spoken by a Schindler elevator employee at the Maritime Hotel in Magdeburg when Eurofurence was there. He came to fix an elevator, and Night Fox himself heard this man scream very loudly, "What the fuck did these people do to my elevator?" I don't know. But in this hotel, the elevators, there were only 2 of them. It was just not practical to rely on the elevators, so people were using the emergency steps. They would take it. Sometimes you just have to. So the hotel said, all right, you can use the steps. In the stair case, thank you.
Yeah.
There are these large red pipes, and each pipe has a crank on it. And some furry got very curious about the crank.
That should be in the basement.
Oh, it should be in the basement, but apparently there was one midway up. And usually they have a chain on them to keep people from cranking them. And this person decided he was curious and he wanted to see what happened if he cranked it. What happened when he cranked it, Mr. Firefighter?
I'm guessing the line that was connected started to dump the entire water that they had for the firefighting part.
what happened was, that was the sprinkler line. It didn't activate the sprinklers. What it did was it activated the sprinkler alarm. There is water flow through the pipe. Somewhere a sprinkler has been activated. There is a fire.
Okay.
So the alarms went off. Everybody had to get out of the building. They spent 2 hours trying to find where the fire was. Until finally they tracked down this crank that he hadn't quite closed all the way and it was still dripping a little bit. After that, the hotel manager got very angry.
For obvious reason, because if I may interject in that, if you do this at least in Ljubljana, any location that has a sprinkler system, if you activate it, pray to whoever you want that we don't find you, because then we had a case like that, not at the convention, but from work. Basically, a lot of buildings, such as hotel or commercial buildings, shops or public buildings, they usually have underground pools that are fire pools. Basically, those fit the sprinkler system, so in case of a fire, when the sprinkler is activated, it extinguishes the fire. Now, imagine most of the hotel had carpeted floor. Imagine explaining to the hotel that they will have to close the hotel for lengthy maintenance because of that. Because under that carpeted floor was wood. And what happens when you have a lot of water?
It tends to vaporize and make everything around it wet.
So the water will expand. Basically, the carpet will be wet, of course, but the floor under it, it will start to crack. So basically, hotel had to close down because they had to remove several floors of the floor because they had to remove the carpet and the wood under it to do it all over again because of sprinkler activation. If we find you that that was like a prank or joke to somebody, the bill that person receives, I will say, instead of doing this and destroying the hotel for that, maybe invest that money for the convention that they can organize themselves again for next year's.
Allow me to speak for my friend. The fire department will never punish you for a false alarm if you believed there was an emergency. What I tell people, because I worked in emergency services for 20 years, if you have to ask yourself, should I pull the alarm, the answer is yes. We would much rather you pull that alarm and find out, no, there's not an emergency, than have you say, well, I probably shouldn't pull it and have 85 dead people. If you believe there's an emergency, call it in, they will not punish you. But if you do something stupid, they will punish. Like, for example, you have a fursuit, and you want to dry your fursuit. You want to hang it somewhere to dry.
No. Do not do that.
Well, that thing in the ceiling, that looks like a good spot to hang it from.
No hotel, no convention, no place with a sprinkler. Never use it as a hanger for
anything.
even if you have just like a shirt or something that is rather light. No, never.
Yeah. The little red or yellow pin you will see in that sprinkler, that's made of either glass or wax. It's designed to melt if it gets hot. And when it melts, this man will be able to tell you, the water that's in that pipe has been in that pipe since 1972 when they built the building. When it comes out, initially it's not water, it looks like tar.
Actually not, but more like naphtha.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, it is, that curtain over there, it's too bright for the color of the water that is in the sprinkler systems for most of the time. So do not use that as a hanger. Or
you want to know a piece of trivia? I never drank before I became chairman of Anthrocon. It's true. You guys are killing me.
Also, one thing, have you ever, at any convention, seen that one of those that are right up there, in this case it's smoke detector, covered with leather glove?
I have seen that.
Ahead of convention.
Oh, ahead of the convention?
Yes. Before anyone either step or even attendees arrive.
Okay, I can picture two instances where that would happen. Number one, if the convention has told the hotel, we are going to have a fog machine in our dance, the hotel will cover that because it will sense the fog as smoke.
In that section of it.
Yeah.
But not in the hallway next to the room, which is completely on the opposite side of the hotel.
Okay, that is some person arrived early and wanted to hotbox their room.
I mean, I remember that when I was arriving at the convention, it was early arrival. Just as information about it, when I was walking down to my hotel room, because of being a firefighter, of course, part of the second nature is you are like paying attention on where things are, either detection or preventive measure if fire is triggered. So in that case I was like, yeah. I sent that to the chairman of the convention. Basically, he was responsible for hotel communications. And he was like, oh, okay, I will forward that to the hotel. Mm-hmm. It passes 2 days. Mm-hmm. That glove is still on the detector. Okay, I go to the reception. Hello, is your housekeeping or whoever is in charge of maintenance and such available at the hotel right now? Okay, so basically they were like, what's going on? I was like, I've noticed that the detector in the hallway that leads to my hotel room is covered. They're like, oh, we didn't know that. And I also found that in my hotel room there was on the side of the bed there was a sprinkler head with like lock and lock bag over it with elastic strap covering it.
It was leaking, was it?
No.
No?
The bag was dry.
Then what the hell?
I was like, also, why is that? Why?
Because furries. Okay, both this guy and I, our minds work differently. We see stuff you guys don't, and we get upset at stuff that doesn't upset you guys. I'm surprised you didn't see it. Excuse me just a half a second. Doesn't seem like much. Doesn't seem like much. Until some idiot, when the alarm goes off, tries to run through that door, trips on that. Now I've got a pile of bodies, 20 people deep, and 80, people trapped behind it.
Yeah.
Have I ever seen that? Yes. I don't want to see it again. I was not at a furry convention, thank God.
But yeah, there are things that either chairmans or department leads or team leads or whoever is in charge of certain specter of convention running. As we said yesterday in the first Fursuiters panel, if you see a staff member or anyone that has red or orange, in our case, or yellow in this case, ask if they want to have a hug, because usually the only case they will say no is if they need to go someplace because there is things going on that needs to be solved before rescue notices even. Basically, a lot of us usually we try to remove the potential incidents before that comes an actual case.
I'm going to tell a story now that I just know you're going to cringe at.
Try me.
Okay. No shit, there I was. Here it was at Anthropocon. It was a particularly difficult time for me. I try to keep smiling. My staff tells me, don't smile. And I say, but I have to keep smiling. And they say, your smile upsets people. And I say, what's wrong with the Anthropocon smile? I'm smiling! The guest of honor, who himself is a veteran of many conventions, saw me, and bless him, the man he came to me and he said, you need a drink. I said, yes I do, brother, but I'm too busy. He said, no. I'm your guest, you come with me. He took me out of the hotel. The man's alive. Took me across the street. Let's get him out of the hotel, get him across the street. He bought me a glass of wine, and he said, look, I'm in the business.
Show it.
Yeah, he said, you want to talk? Go ahead, I'll listen. I took the glass of wine, and I raised it to my lips. That's when I heard the sirens. And I put it down, and around the corner here came 2 ladders, 2 pumpers, and 1 heavy rescue, all pulled up in front of my hotel. And the firemen started getting out, started pulling out the hoses, started putting their gear on. I looked at the guests sadly, and I got up. Now, there's no video of this. I kind of wish there was. The alarms were going off, people were coming out the door. The firefighters were going in 2 doors. They're dressed in their heavy bunker gear. They got the hoses on them and everything. They got their oxygen tanks. And right there with them is me shouting, who the fuck set my hotel on fire? It turned out on the 9th floor, which is about halfway up, there was a gentleman with a vape in the hallway. And someone said, dude, you shouldn't have a vape in the hallway. And in order to be a dickhead, he went right underneath one of those. And of course, one of those does its job. And what shows up down at the fireboard is a smoke detector has activated on the 9th floor. You don't take time to find out what's going on. You dump the building, you call for help, then you find out what's going on. And when they told me what was going on, oh boy. There is some, if you talk to Anthrocon staffers, they will often talk about the drawn sword. I try to be calm and professional and polite as often as I can. But there are times when that's not possible. The old tradition of the samurai is that once their sword has been drawn from its scabbard, it must taste blood. The staff will talk and they'll get on the radio and they say the chairman's sword has been drawn.
In other words, that means everyone run out as fast as you can, because otherwise somebody will die.
If you can't find who did it, find me a scapegoat. Because I actually was going floor to floor, looking. If I couldn't find the guy who did it, I have to find something. And I went up, and my operations chief was trying to calm me down, but it wasn't working. And I went from the 9th floor to the 10th, to the 11th, to the 12th. I said, I have to find something, I have to find something. Listen. I hear a loud party. And inside I heard, someone's at the fucking door. Jesus Christ, it's Kage. And the music stopped. And the door opened. Hello? And I said, and they said, close the door. And my ops chief said, are you satisfied? I said, no! We got to the 15th floor, and I was shaking, and I was Here's a hotel room door where they put a sign on the door, and they used duct tape to fix the sign to the door. The sword was satisfied at that point.
So that reminds me.
Swords and duct tape?
The duct tape part.
Got it.
Well, basically, the sign, let's say in this case, as we mentioned in the opening, do not put any kind of stickers or anything, signs or whatever else, on your hotel room doors. We had already a call from the reception that there were people having stickers on their hotel room door. I will say this. If I was inside a hotel at that point, that would not be a good thing. Luckily, I was at the castle, so I had quite some time to cool off from when I received the call.
Stickers is a problem, because furries love to put stickers on things. I want to speak to you now as a professional chemist. They say, it's not harmless, it peels right off. That's not true. The adhesive on that sticker has chemicals in it that can react with the varnish on a wooden door and cause it to discolor. You can't just cover that up. You either have to strip the varnish off the door and have the entire door revarnished, or you have to replace the door. While that that's being done, the hotel cannot use that room for a guest. They're out a lot of money because of your stupid fucking little sticker. You see this? This is paint. Actually, this is plaster. Doesn't matter. Actually, it is painted. Okay.
It is paint.
It is painted. You put a sticker on this, if somebody pulls it off and it pulls some of the paint with it, you can't just paint over that because it never matches. You put a sticker on here and it pulls some paint off, they're going to have to repaint this entire goddamn room in order for it to look good.
I will add to
Yeah.
that. It won't be just the paint. It will be, basically when you have finished the wall, you have some plaster over it.
Yes.
To have
Yes, we call it Spanish in English.
So, if you fill that away and you take part of it as well, the convention won't pay the bill for it, but the one who put that sticker on the wall or any other place that is not meant for it. Because we have, I think I have seen, not at this convention, luckily for that, but I did see that part of the wall came out with it when we had to remove the stickers from a wall. Part of the concrete.
Yeah. That costs a lot of money to repair. Just because you wanted to put your cutesy ass little stupid sticker up. Empericon finally had to get tough on stickers. When someone put a sticker on a $5,000 oil painting.
Oh yeah. That has to be malicious. Come on.
Well, if it was malicious, maybe it was, but that's when our venue, with whom we have an excellent working relationship, but it's still their house, they said, look, we love you guys to pieces, but we're going to have to impose a fine for every sticker we see put up.
On their property.
On their property. And there was actually an argument in our board of directors. Do we announce this? Because will it make malicious people put stickers up in order just to screw with us? And the chairman won the argument because he said the malicious people are going to put the stickers up anyway. However, if we have other people watching out for it, it might minimize it. So I told folks at opening ceremonies, I said, by the way, every sticker that gets put up is going to cost the convention $100.
Wasn't it 200?
What?
Was it 200?
It was 100.
Okay.
I'm sorry. When they first imposed it, they basically said, we're going to have to fine you. It was $200 per sticker. But the total, when it reached $15,000, the convention center said, you know what, okay, we're going to let it go. We're going to forgive you this fine. But next year, we're not going to. So that's what, my memory is getting a little weird there.
Also, you mentioned the oil painting. This wall was the one behind us, and many places around the convention center. There were painting almost reaching from ceiling to the marble edge here. When we had the meeting with the hotel, basically a week or so before the convention, or I don't remember right now because it's a lot of things going on. They asked, like, would you like us that we remove the paintings from the stands? We're like, yes.
Yes,
we would very much prefer that. because we really do not want to have pay for the painting.
We are afraid.
Because this painting, the one that was here, I think we are talking about 15,000.
Yeah, like an original Rembrandt or something
Just
like that.
Just this one painting here. Imagine at least 3 more on the wall behind us.
Now at this point, please let us apologize. It makes it sound like we don't trust you. And up until Africon 2023, I would have trusted you. That was when the stickers showed up on the oil painting. So they always say it only takes one person to ruin it for everybody else. That's why the paintings aren't up. Oh, but you kind of reminded me of a little something. And I should have mentioned this in the I Want to Start a Furrycon panel.
Oh, okay.
If you're looking at the venue and it's under construction, they're renovating and there's painters and plasterers and carpenters, and they say, this will be finished by the time your convention happens, get that in writing. And not only get that in writing, but have, if it's not finished, you will deduct this much money from our bill. Gee, someone's never been through that before, have they?
I will put a question here for everyone here right now. How many of you is at your hotel? Okay, where was the reception area? I think that smile says everything that I wanted to hear. Basically, we were rather angry, upset, and everything in between when we learned the information. Basically, we will have a renovation in the reception area, and on the 9th floor, which has the pool, as you know it from the website. When we got the info about it, we were like,
We have a saying in my language, pie in the sky.
We also asked like, how long? How much would you say that they said to us before the renovation is done?
Was this before the convention or after?
Before.
Oh, before the convention, I'm sure they said it'll take 2 weeks or something.
No.
No. It'll take a year.
Half a year.
That's when you say, why were we not told this when we signed the contract?
Exactly.
Oh, actually, I forgot this. In Anthracon's contracts, the hotel will not undertake any renovation or construction other than emergency repairs before we are there. It's got to be in writing. Because for the longest time, the tradition was hotels would pick the Furry weekend to do their renovating. They wouldn't wait for the expensive doctors and lawyers. No, they'll wait till the furries are there.
No, lawyers no. Why? Because if they do that, I think those made calls that, not that the hotel was just closed down, but the hotel would be demolished by the time they start the convention there.
Yep.
So basically, let's do it when we are around here. But also, you might have noticed that when whoever is in this hotel, in the Union Hotel, basically about a month thereabout, basically they finished renovating the reception and the lobby area of it. So we were like, okay, thank you.
Hey, we're done. Yeah. Are they ready for the snack exchange in there?
Yes.
Okay. You guys ready for the snack exchange? I'm ready. We got 2 minutes. Should we let these guys go early or what?
Yeah, but I think we have way more stories than we can tell in 1 hour.
Oh, okay. You want a horror story? Have you ever had a hotel guest use a lighter to burn a pentagram into the hotel carpet in order to hold a satanic ritual? The answer to that question is not yet.
I heard from the convention where I was going some time ago that happened to them actually.
You were talking to me.
No.
Wait, that happened in another? Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
God damn you, Satanists. Stop it.
So yeah, please, we, as the convention organizers, we want to keep hotel for us for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Because whenever we have to move hotel, we have to basically redesign everything on how we do our operations.
Also, hotels talk to each other. Come to a private history of some campaigns that failed tomorrow and you'll find out. What happens at one hotel when the hotel manager says this to their director? That convention...
That is usually when they are really happy with them.
Oh, well, it depends on how they look. If they're smiling, or if they're smiling. Snack exchange, let's go do this shit.
Let's go.
I brought snacks. Follow me.
Where did the snacks go? Oh, I've had the Slofluff in the car. It tastes like Slofluffcons, yeah.
There should be some place over there.
Gotta have dots.
I was trying to have this close before I came.
Holy shit, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Why do so many people like dots? I don't like those. They taste like microplastics.
Put like
to me.
fentanyl in it. They are microplastic.
Yeah.
That's what's so good. Oh, yeah. I think Asia is not well represented.
Somebody does have Japanese seaweed over there.
Seaweed.
I like seaweed.
I don't like seaweed. The doctor says I'm getting too much seaweed in my diet.
I eat too much seafood. I eat the food and then I eat it.
Exactly.
Hey Kage, I have a question for you. Yes. You say you enjoy white wine, right?
I have. Yes, I do.
Would you like to try my family-owned white wine?
What grape is it made from?
It's come from Vrtenica. It's only in Macedonian form.
Okay.
But what kind of grape?
Yeah, I don't like dry white wines. I prefer them. The Germans call it halbtrocken.
Okay, well this is semi-dry and this is also semi-dry.
I'd be willing to try the semi-dry.
They're both semi-dry.
Look what I found. Let's give it a go.
Alright, let me just open it.
I was going to say, if you have purchased it, because I did.
I have a go.
Gdje su mi ostale pečenice? Sad sam izvadio ovo. Ne, 5 komada.
Try some of this.
So if you add 20% of alcohol with Slofluffcon, you get that.
Ooh, I could finally have a drink. Huh? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Ono Slovenija ima spet mislim da sam vidio, ampak nisam probao. Okay, no to je, jaz imam rad.
Hi, YouTube.
Hi.
See, I have come to realize in the last 20 years, no matter what I do, I'm going to wind up on YouTube. So I always thought to put myself up. There's always a camera. About 15 years ago now, I was recommended and the boss came to me. He brought me this up and said, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I almost ended up on YouTube for the wrong reasons though. I was, so when I was preparing for this,
Non, c'est le dernier, tu l'as cassé pour la dernière, tu n'en auras pas d'autre. Ah, c'est trop ça. Moi j'ai chance avec vous.
Were they nice? Because there's a few like it's like different versions.
No!
How do you milk a tuna, which is basically it's an anime dog? How do you milk a weasel? I want to know how
So it's not a weasel, but what is it?
It's a weasel. It's smart national animal. And it's Croatian. No, it's Croatian animal, national animal.
I see.
So it's kind of representing Croatia. Cheese is normal cheese from the cow, and this is basically goat.
Okay, and the meat is
It's a weasel.
Yeah, weasel.
Just say yes. I mean, yeah, so this is weasel meat.
What kind of wine do you have?
Want to try something?
Sure.
What would you like to try?
Huh?
What would you like to try?
I do like red wine. I am gay.
Okay.
Where is it from?
It's from Macedonia.
Ah, I didn't know Macedonia is Cyrillic writing. Ooh. Delicious. Oh, footage from snack exchange is going to be rough because I'm getting drunk and snacking.
They don't like Croatia. They always ignore us.
Here on the right.
That's what she says. Goran, gdje su mi štapići? Privodi mi štapići.
Check.
Serious menu for I'm waiting for some ice and also make some sweeties.
Is that like a caramel waffle? That's toba for liquor. It's basically this in liquor form.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I'm going to get so fucked up. Ich will nicht ausmischen. Ich muss heute noch lange durchhalten.
Yeah, it has
Ich dachte, das wäre ein Malteser. Jetzt ist es die Erfahrung, wenn du, und der sagt dir davon nichts im Wort. Das war jetzt die Erfahrung.
Von dort haben wir gedacht, das sind mal diesen und dabei sein und dann mit dem
Überraschungskampfshot. Und ja, das wird jetzt auf YouTube sein, dass ich gesagt habe, Kampfshot. Wodka.
First one, I can't say. Twitter and they'll see me. What I can say is,
Ich suche mir ein Glas aus.
Ja.
yes. Okay,
Yes, that's what you need.
Zaraz zrobię.
Hey, you want the Uzmio? Then take this one.
I come bearing gifts.
Yes!
What is this? You want the one as well? There you go.
This is this. It is a better Jägermeister. Much better.
Jetzt kann ich.
That's not a trap, but it pissed me off. And I called him.
Am letzten Früh Wünsche getroffen. Ich muss noch filmen.
Was musst du filmen?
Ja, alles. Von Menschen.
Du schaust immer bei mir so, als ob ich dich umbringen würde.
Hä?
Du schaust immer bei mir so, als ob ich dich umbringen würde.
Nein, es ist noch müde, so viel sozial und so. Aber nice. Aber ich mach's nichts absichtlich.
Aber tatsächlich habe ich mich hier angepasst.
Oh, wie denn?
Ich habe auch so einen kleinen Scheißer gekauft als Auto.
Du hast was gekauft?
Auch so ein mini-kleines Auto gekauft.
Ja, der passt überall rein.
Ein Toyota Starlet. Kennst du das? Kennst du das noch?
Cool. Schatz, gib mir mal die.
Kennst du das noch?
Ja?
Kennst du das noch?
Ja, oh, der war stark jetzt. Oh.
Warte, du junge Kerl, junge Frau, ich weiß nicht, junge Frau.
Ich gucke mal, die Zeit nicht. God knows, but this is man to make sure.
English.
It's British, yeah.
Of course. English the worst and best food.
I can't argue with that. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. It's all good.
Yeah, okay.
So if you like that and you like almonds and cashews and are not allergic to them, try one of these. Because I find these are actually better than this snack. And it's just
I prefer different type of nut.
different kind of nuts. Okay. So it's a yeast extract, which is like a salty.
I want to do it for now and do a taste of the banana bread and the cashews.
So far it's been sweet.
Oh, wow.
I've already tried the...
My pocket is already going to be too full because I'm getting so smacked. Alright. Try how much one.
One of the coolest caves as well. It's called, what is it called again? Apostolska Cave. It's one of the most visited caves, in my opinion, in the Europe. What else? We have lots of ski places. We have Hump. I haven't talked about Slovenia that much. I live in it though. Bam bam. Up, 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 up. Oh my goodness, music! There you go. Just one. There you go. The cameraman as well gets one. There you go. Yeah, they do get them. I think it would be best if we give them later.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it later. You will get it later. Give it back. Yeah, we're waiting. That's how life it is. We are live. Oh my goodness, it's Inger. Hello. What do you have to say to the all people around you?
Don't get chased by the fuzz and don't do drugs.
Drink responsibly.
No, I'm a bartender. You can drink as much as you want.
Whoa. Okay, thank you for the advice. It might not be a good price. Okay. Hi, Jim. Do you have anything to say to the people around you? Can you please speak more loudly?
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Where's your mom? I don't see it. It? Oh, I don't see her. Where she is? At home? Maybe she will see that video on YouTube.
Hopefully not.
What did you say?
Hopefully not.
Oh, come on. She would be so proud of you. Probably. No? No? Why not?
Irresponsible spending.
Yeah, that's a fair one. That's a fair one. Okay. What do you have to say to the camera? Meow? Wow. Oh my. Okay. Hello. Say something. Hello. Hello. What's your name? Check. What do you do? Check. Really? So what are the Chinese? Eating cheese. You like cheese? I like cheese. Well, I like those cheese. Yeah, I do like that. Oh well. So you like cheese? What else do you like? Beer? Oh, okay. Awesome. It's stopped. I know. Hi. I have to turn the microphone. Bye-bye.
Wow.
The finale starts!
Yes, hello and welcome to the weakest Fluff. Sorry for the delay. We had a lot of miscalculations and problems, but hey, the game is here. We can now officially start. So, our contestants are Myra,
What's up?
Ryu, Buddy, Misa, Giraffe,
Say Colorado.
Husk, and Sinai.
That's me.
The contestants will be asked questions when their name is called up. If they answer correctly, their money is, they basically progress up the ladder towards the final reward, which is $1,000. But if they answer incorrectly, their money will plunge back to 0. If they say bank before the question is asked, the money is put into the bank, but they do lose all the progress. So, are we ready to play?
No.
No.
Probably.
Well, let's play the weakest Fluff. Question 1. Myra, what is the capital of Republic of Slovenia?
Ljubljana.
Correct. Ryu, what is the name of an imaginary line that divides Earth into northern and southern hemisphere?
I think I have to pass the first question already.
Huh? Equator? Equator?
Sorry, I think I passed this question. I got too many sensory overloads right now. I pass.
The equator.
Yeah, I would.
The contestants lose progress if they answer incorrectly. Thank you. Anyways, Bobby, who wrote the famous dystopian novel of 1984?
I pass.
George Orwell's. Nissan, which country has the longest land border in the world? That's the first round. We didn't get much progress this time. So, for the next round, we're going to increase the time limit up to 2 minutes. So please, technically, we are sorry for the inconvenience. If you could make a slight adjustment. 2 minutes. 3 minutes then. So, we will pretend this round didn't happen.
Okay.
So it's a test round.
Which country has the longest border?
We skipped that question because the round ended. The correct answer is China.
Okay.
China.
More after the commercial break. Roll the commercials.
Alright, well, I have gotten some news from the technical team. I will be painfully executed after this game. But let's try to soldier on while we're at it.
Rest in peace.
We are starting the new round now. Nissan. What type of triangle has all sides of different length?
I know the German answer, which is a gleichschenkeliges Dreieck. But it is a... What type of triangle is... Yeah, what do you say in English? Like it's an equal side triangle, we say in Germany, but I don't know the English word.
Well, it says all sides of different lengths.
Of different lengths? It's all of different lengths. Okay, this is beyond my language barrier, I guess. So pass.
The correct answer is scaling triangle.
Oh my god.
Giraffe. What is the only letter that does not appear in the periodic table of elements?
Je.
It's J. So incorrect. Husk, in the early 20th century, who developed the theory of relativity?
I'm going to play it safe and bank this, because I don't know fast.
It was Albert Einstein. C9. What is the capital of Bolivia that serves as the constitutional capital?
Pass.
The correct answer is... Wait, hold on.
We are all the weakest fluffs, by the way.
You only picked people that were stupid enough to come up here, so now you get what you deserve.
FYI, I did ask before if these questions were easy. I was told these were easy. These are not.
It's funny how always the smartest people are in the audience and not on the stage.
Is this a geography test?
I don't know. Do we get jokers in this game? Can we ask the audience if we don't know the answer?
Hard question. This was really a hard question.
Your mic isn't working, bro.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Whoa. Can you put down the gain, please? Thank you. So, I guess I'll do the thingy-majingy. So, I'll be honest, I wasn't here when the thing started. We're gonna do questionnaire from simple to more difficult, and we'll start with capitals of Europe. And we're gonna do it differently. Should we do it like that? Bum bum bum. Do you know? Actually, How did the process go?
I was the only one who answered something correctly.
Okay, awesome.
First question is we're stuck at the first question. Yeah, like, who was the last?
I was the last one. You were the last one, so it's already another round. Okay, cool, thank you. So, awesome. Maya, do you happen to know who's the chairman of Entercom?
I was never in the US, I don't...
What?
I don't fiddle with stuff in the US, so no.
You don't know? Who knows? You know? Kage? Kage, yeah, it's Kage. Dun 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 dun! I don't know the scoring. Heck! We're gonna do Euro. Scargio, do the scoring, thank you. How much does... So Minor gets 0, I suppose. How much does Buddy get then? Yo? Give him 50 points. Give Buddy 50 points, please. Did you give him 50 points? I don't see you. What? Oh, okay. Next question. What? Someone's talking. Yo, Giraffe. Hi. Stop it. Okay, Raju. Hi. Now I have something else to ask you. What are the 2 conventions that are happening in Slovenia? Furry ones. Do you happen to know the answer?
Golden Horn and Slofluffcon.
Correct. Buddy. Yeah, I get whole points. Okay, Buddy, tell me. Let's think. Since... What would we say? What's the most... Buddy. What? My child. Fine. Okay, I guess it's gonna be all random. So, what at least, tell me at least one Slovenian dish that you know it's authentic to Slovenia.
You mean Slovenian city?
Food. Yes. I mentioned them before when I was joking around. Here. Burek? No, sadly not. It's actually Kranjska sausage. Kranjska sausage, one of them is Kranjska sausage. Kranjska sausage is the authentic Slovenian food. No problem. Okay. I guess you got 0 points. Sadly. Nissan, tell me... What's the most current generation of RAM right now?
Generation of what?
RAM. PC RAM.
You like DDR5?
DDR5, it's correct.
Alright.
Okay. Giraffe, tell me, what's the, European cars have regulations? Do you know at which Euro sticker we are at right now?
Come again, I didn't hear you.
Europe has emissions tests for cars. And with each year we get more emission.
Which standard is right now?
Right now, the most accurate one.
Euro 7.
Correct. Okay, Husky, tell me. I know you're not in Europe anymore, but you'll have to tell me this. Oh my! No, you don't need help, don't worry. Husky, tell me. What kind of currency do they use in Japan?
The Japanese yen.
Correct. Now on to you.
I'm banking the money.
What is Washington, D.C.?
A city in the US and their capital, that's where the White House is.
Correct. What else? Okay, Myra, tell me, what are the 3 oceans that we have in this beloved Earth, on this beloved Earth?
Atlantic.
Yes.
Eastern Ocean, I don't know what the one between Asia and the one in China is.
Do you happen to know how it's called?
The North Ocean.
Misa, tell me.
Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, and Atlantic Ocean.
Can you please get closer to the mic?
Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean.
Yes, correct. Misa gets points. Rayu, tell me. Hi. So the question for you will be, let's think of a question. What's the biggest convention, name me 3 biggest conventions in Europe. 3 conventions.
Okay, we have Eurofurence, Nordic Fursuiters, if I remember correctly.
Which one? There's multiple ones. You can tell me the next bigger you remember. That's fine with me.
I have a Wuspia on mine, but a Wuspia is not the third biggest one.
What?
I have a Wuspia on mine, but a Wuspia is not the third biggest in Europe, if I remember correctly.
It can be roughly. Okay, I'll take it as an answer. Thank you. Buddy.
Give me an easy question.
Oh, really? Okay. What are the Balkan countries? Tell me. Yeah, the names of Balkan countries.
Balkan countries.
Yes.
Serbia.
Okay.
Bosnia, Herzegovina.
Yes.
Macedonia.
Yeah.
And of course Slovenia.
What?
And of course Slovenia.
Slovenia? You forgot one country?
Give me a second.
Oh, come on. You can Croatia. Croatia. Yes. Good. Okay. Now on to the next one. Bisam, tell me, what currency do they use in Czechia? It's a really simple one. Oh,
Czech crowns.
Correct. Czech crowns. They use Czech crowns. Okay, next question. Pum pum pum. Okay, Husky. You love Balkans, right? Tell me the most southern country in the Balkans.
The what, sorry?
The most southern country in the Balkans.
Southern country in the mountains.
The most southern Balkan country. Like the southest. The southest country. Like the closest to the Ecuador, but it's still in the Balkans.
I have no idea. I'll pass.
Anyone else? Does anyone else know an answer to that?
I'm guessing Croatia.
What? Who said that?
Me. Myra.
What did you say?
I'm guessing Croatia.
No, not correct. It was Europe before you.
Greece.
Greece, yes. Greece technically counts as Balkans as well. Okay, next question for C9, because we're still at the Balkans. Tell me, what currency do they use in Bosnia? And buddy, you don't have to tell me. You will not answer this. You know this.
Do they use lira over there?
What?
Lira?
No, they don't use that.
Okay.
They use, it's
Bosnian crown or something like this?
No, it's like, how should I say?
But if you don't know, how should I?
So, basically, they don't use euros, but they use euro-based currency. It's called, it says KM, it's called, I forgot it in my name.
Dumbass.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Convertibilne marke, they're called convertible marks, okay. Sorry about that one was a difficult one. Even I forgot it, and I was there.
I also was there.
Oh my, yeah. Maya, tell me, what's the capital of Croatia?
I am god-awful in geography. I have no fucking idea.
You don't know Europe?
I'm god-awful in geography. I'm happy to know the cities of my own country.
Okay, let's go with... Whoa, stop it. No, bad boy. No. Okay, Myra, tell me, what is the country that has 3 languages spoken there? European country. It can, and they don't use euros. Who was first? Okay, Raju, tell me.
I think you mean Belgium.
They don't use euros.
Huh?
I said they don't use euros.
They don't use euros, okay. I understood it, I understood this is euro. Okay. My bad.
Okay. Okay, apparently we have more attendees that are participating. Please come to the stage. Thank you. Come. Everyone come to this main stage. So, answer to you. I asked you which country has 3 official languages, different ones, and they don't use euros. It's Europe.
Yeah, okay. Then it isn't Belgium, but I guess Poland, maybe?
No, it's... Who else wanted to say it? You. Tell me.
I was about to say the same thing.
Scargill, get off the stage.
Okay, so I'll answer. Switzerland, it's Switzerland. They use 3 languages, Italian, German, and French. And they don't use euros. They use Swiss francs, I think it's called. Yes, it's called like that in English. Okay, on to the next one. Oh, you're also participating. Hi! Hello! Hi! Whoa! So, whoops, I was louder. So, tell me, Tabo. What's the weather outside right now?
It is not raining.
Correct. Okay. I mean, it's true. It's not raining. Tell me, Giraffe.
What?
What's the temperature out there?
It is freezing.
Really? Doesn't feel that much cold. Oh my goodness,
So is that wrong or right?
What?
Was that right or wrong? Was that right or wrong?
Yes, it was right. Everyone has each other's opinions. Kasser, hi. Since you're American, living in Germany now,
yes.
Tell me, where do Germans go on holidays?
Morocco.
When they go to the sea. You might know that.
Isn't it Mallorca?
What? No. He knows.
When you say you go to the holidays.
All the Germans are going to the Netherlands, now to the dunes.
I hear
like the
Mallorca.
village of Zandvoort.
They also go to Balkans. They go to Croatia and stuff. Yeah, what?
They also go to Mallorca.
What?
Palma de Mallorca?
They might be, but usually... Oh, you're German, right? Austria, okay.
German, of course, go to Spain.
Yes.
Really?
It's literally,
So many answers.
That's the only thing I hear from my workplace is that they all go to Mallorca on their summer vacation.
They go back?
They always go to Mallorca for summer vacation.
Whoa!
It's
You know,
No, that's also Germans too.
Pasowski, tell me. Cheeseburger? Cheese.
Hamburger.
What's your favorite food? Tell me.
My favorite food.
Yes.
It's a very British English.
Really?
Chicken tikka curry.
What? Chicken tikka curry, what the hell is that? You guys are not in Europe.
It's a curry.
It's a curry. Really an Indian curry. Okay, awesome. Oh my goodness, hi. It's Ran. Tell me, what's the latest GPU lineup from NVIDIA? Do you happen to know the answer since you're protogen?
5060.
Yes, that's one of the cards, but it's called 50 series. Still a good answer. C9, tell me, what is the latest Intel processor lineup?
16, I don't know.
You don't know the answer. Next one. Do you know the answer?
No idea.
You don't know. Next one.
18?
No. I mean, technically it's called Intel Ultra Series 2. That means it's like 16th generation. Oh my goodness, Soda! I'm gonna... Well, tell me, how hard it is inside?
I am like lemonade. I am cool as always.
I'll do something.
Do I win everything now?
Hey.
Was that my question?
It was not a question. I have a proposal, boys and girls, and everything in between, I will not be racist, I suppose. Anyway, I have a proposal. Where are you, Scargill? Bring me the box. We will do something even better. Come.
Zijn dat de mannen van Scargill?
Scargill, where are you? Can someone from the Conops bring me the Christmas bag with bugs inside? Anyone, please? Boys, is anyone here from the Conops? Oh, I guess I'll have to come and get it myself. Hold the microphone.
What? We all know what will be your time to do shenanigans. Robotic activator.
Does it say hot? That's very accurate.
Some attendees seem to be in need of assistance.
Eat the mic. Eat the mic.
This is pure criminals. The figuration.
It's not my microphone that fell down. Okay. Seems, oh my, we will not kill you. We will remand you the fast way. Guys, make me a favor and go back downstairs to the stage, in front of the stage. Oh my. I'm so sorry. Come with me. Come guys, let's go downstairs. I have a new game for you.
I bring my mic, I'm not leaving this
Since we're improvising at this point, we're gonna do something even better. Go. We go. I was running very fast. So, what we'll do is, you know how we have all those bugs, right? Yes. No, you will not have them. We will do something even better. I'm gonna throw them in the air, and and you will have to catch it. Yes, it's the best way of doing it. Oh, he's cheating. What did you do? Oh. Okay, so what I'm gonna do...
I'm a giraffe.
I'm giraffe. Make me a favor, guys. Put the microphones down. Put them on the stage over here. And then, put them down gently, please. Put the microphones down. Does anyone of you have a microphone? No? Okay, cool. What I'm gonna do now is throw all the bugs, not at once. I'll throw them in different directions, and you have to catch them. The one that has the most bugs will be the winner of this game, okay? Are you guys ready?
Oh really? It starts now.
Guys, you can do this! Get more money! More! Find it! Take all the money! Give me the money, lots of money. And we will count it. I need helpers with counting, and not from the participants. That might cause cheating. Someone from the audience, I need your help. I need help with counting.
That was mean, I had paws on.
No, you only have 2. 4, sorry. Okay, cool. So, you will help me count. I need some more people. Come. We will do the count. 18 tickets to DW. 18 tickets given to me. Okay. Next one, Maya.
It's mine. On my boundary is 29.
29. Okay, let's count it together.
25.
Hey, you can say I didn't help.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
Do you need something? Giraffe.
31. You have 31. What's your name? Gilly. Okay, let's work. Okay, I'll put it here. Okay, Gilly has 31 points.
Body, right?
Okay, next one. 25 for body. Okay, next one.
Oh, ich hab noch einen gefunden.
Oh my goodness, someone has a really big stack. That's yours. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Okay.
I win with 5.
It's I have like only 20, I don't even need to count them.
Okay. I got 10.
That was 10 with those hands, that's quite a
Young Cube, okay. Young Cube has 36. 14 to Giraffe, okay. Who else has tickets? House has 6 tickets, okay. What else? Okay, how many do you have?
10. I got 10.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so you have it. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm not counting. Thank you for participating. The winner of this game is Young Cube. Come to the stage. Congratulations. I should have given you $1 million.
You stayed up for 2 seconds.
But you get this. Now you can go to the raffle and try your luck. No, I'm joking. You will get the ticket. Are you staying for the closing ceremony? Yes. Okay, awesome. So we will meet you there. We will give you the $1 million. And that buck will allow you to buy yourself a ticket for next year. Congratulations! Do you have anything to say to the public? I'm rich. Oh my, he's rich! So that means we go for a drink now? No. Okay. So wait, does that mean you're gonna buy all that DDR5 RAM that everyone, nobody has it? Exactly. My goodness. Okay, guys, thank you so much for coming. We will make sure we make this event even better next year. Way better, I promise you that. No, then I get 31 bucks. That was improvised. Hey, boys, give me the bucks back. If you still have them, give them back. Come on, spit them out. Give me the bucks. I need them. Actually, you can keep a few, but not all. Okay, you can keep, you have 5. Keep them. You will get 5. You will get 5. Who else was it? Oh my. Okay. He doesn't allow me. Okay. Okay, let's do this then. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay, 5. You get 4. 5. 5. 3 now. One moment, I'll get some more. What's left? Okay. Need the advice? 5 minutes. Come right. You have nothing to lose but your chance. Maya, did you still have them or did you give them back? Give it back. Can you please turn on the mic? This one works. Hey, one now. Hey, no. Just. Hey, can you turn on the mic? Oh man. Okay. Do I come back? Is it good? Hey. The trading hub will start soon. We have to turn on the lights and we can do the trading hub now. This is ran by our beloved Krimetorte, also known as Thea, also known as Nadine, also known as... She has so many names. Anyway.
Fourth. Trading hub is delayed until tomorrow.
What?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's for the best. Okay. Thank you guys. We love you all. Thank you for participating. Did you get bucks? Did you get bucks? I gave you the bucks, right? Okay, cool. That's it. Thank you for coming.
What are you planning to do with them?
I'm in the bank now.
I don't think so. Well, that was the expectation. Now let's look at the reality. Somebody suggested that this looked like a mob hit list. These are basically all the guests that were canceling as we got closer to the convention. You can notice that more than half of them have canceled. They've added some in because of so many cancellations. But then here's a little something that's curious. All of a sudden it's saying the Jefferson Mall Event Center. What happened to the Kentucky Expo Center? People were kind of confused about this. And the reason this got put onto their webpage was because people were contacting the Kentucky Expo Center saying, you know, what time do the doors open? And the Kentucky Expo Center said, who are you again? And people were saying, well, we're coming to Fandom Fest. And the Expo Center said, there's no Fandom Fest this year. So all of a sudden, we're now going to be at the Jefferson Mall Event Center. This came up literally 4 hours after that announcement got on Twitter from the Expo Center. We're going to be at the 150,000 square foot event space at the Jefferson Mall, formerly Macy's department store, with the address here. Okay, this sort of makes sense. Shopping malls in the US are all closing. People don't go to shopping malls anymore. You've got this massive indoor space that has bathrooms, it's got different rooms. Why not convert them into an exposition center? That's a great idea. So people are thinking, beautiful, we'll go to the old Macy's. Well, this is what they started to run into at the Jefferson Mall Event Center, formerly Macy's department store. It actually was Macy's department store. It had been abandoned for several years. They would only allow 1,700 people in at one time. Remember, you're looking at 30,000 people wanting to get in? They didn't really have the entire mall. They only had the abandoned Macy's department store. There was water damage everywhere. It's hard to see in this picture, but most of those ceiling tiles are stained. There were reports of dead cats in the dealer area. That's the dealer area, by the way. People started looking at tweets that were coming from the various guests who didn't show up. C. Andrew Nelson, well, due to travel mix-ups, I'm not going to be there. So sorry, sounds like a lot of fun. Ian Zierling, I'm really sorry to say I won't be there due to unforeseen circumstances. These are very kind and very considerate professionals. Then you get Charlie Adler. Charlie Adler's a buddy of mine, and he is a trip. He calls me Daddy, by the way. That's an in-joke. Charlie just tells it like it is. I didn't cancel. They never confirmed my travel or accommodations. I gave them 2 deadlines, and they didn't answer me, so screw these people. You will always know where you stand with Charlie. All right, so this fiasco happens, and here was something that somebody said on the news. It makes you want to pull your hair out. This guy had spent $600 on tickets for autographs for celebrities who never showed up. It's unclear if he was even able to get in to the abandoned Macy's department store. And they wouldn't give him any refund. Remember on the website, no refunds? The news went after the chairperson who said, they said, do you feel bad about this? She said, no, I don't feel bad. They knew in advance there'd be no refunds, and we told them that, so it's their problem, not mine. That's not the best public relations. If you go to fandomfest.com these days, this is what you get. So this wonderful 30,000 person convention sort of died a dreadful death, and they never explained why any of this happened. Something I told you in that panel in there, as long as you communicate with your attendees, they're a lot more likely to be forgiven. If they had made an announcement that said, we could not get an agreement with the Expo Center, or all these terrible things happened, at least people would know why. Right now, it just looks like they were idiots. My bet is on the idiots. Okay. you ever heard of Las Pegasus Unicon? This was going to be the biggest, most spectacular Brony convention in history. This was going to make BronyCon look like a tiny little Furmy. This was going to be amazing. It's going to take place at the Riviera Hotel in Las Vegas. There's going to be 2,000 people there. And look at their list of guests. Gary, these are some very, very big Hollywood celebrities. Let me remind you of something. When you invite big Hollywood celebrities, they don't show up for free. Lee Togar, for example, he's another friend of mine. He will tell you that basically we're trained monkeys. You pay us, we go in there and we hop around. They're going to expect 2,000 attendees. Each one of these people, I can guarantee, is going to cost between $5,000 and $10,000. Do the math. What are you going to be charging people? Did anybody plan a budget? Did anybody say, well, we're going to get this much money, here's how much we had to spend? Why bother? There's going to be 2,000 people. We'll have all the money in the world, won't we? Shall we? The attendance estimates, there was never an official count. They varied from as much as 1,000 down to 400 people. The Riviera Hotel was in bankruptcy. They were desperate for money. So they agreed to let the convention pay them at the door instead of paying in advance for the convention space. And all of a sudden, when they didn't get the money, they were literally sending goons into the dealers and the artists and demanding money from them. They were kicking the guests, those luminary Hollywood celebrities, out of their rooms and then charging them twice for the rooms. The appearance fees to the guests, remember, between $5,000 and $10,000, the checks all bounced. There wasn't any money in the bank to cover those checks. This one is legendary. The dealers were not paid in cash. The attendees would purchase these vendor bits, they were called, and use these to pay the dealers. You can see they're very, very professionally designed and printed. So you would buy these vendor bits and then use these to make purchases in the dealer's room. Now, without a plan to implement it, even the best idea in the world isn't going to be worth one bit. Let's look at some of the ideas that they had. Oh, by the way, this is something that Entercon has to own. In 1998, the second year of the convention, their chairman at the time promised all the super sponsors they were going to get a Superman cape because they're super sponsors. All of them are going to get a super cape so people will know that they're super sponsors. I was a super sponsor that year. I waited 28 years to get my super cape. Because, okay, we're going to give these people, but then it never occurred to him to think of where are we going to get them? How are we going to source them? How much are they going to cost us? Where are we going to give them out? I said I waited 28 years because I just gave this exact talk in Taiwan. And when I got to this point and said, I'm still waiting for my super cape, the chairperson came out on stage with a Superman cape for me, so I finally got it. Now you might notice the chairman who came up with that idea at Entercon is no longer the chairman. Some other guy took over for him because he didn't run away fast enough. Okay, let's look at some of the great ideas we had. We'll include tickets for a buffet, and they advertise this. Every member gets tickets to a buffet. Well, they did. Everybody got a ticket. There was no buffet. You got a buffet ticket? Well, that's what we promised you. You get a ticket to a buffet. Well, you want an actual buffet, though. We never arranged one. Weren't you going to arrange the buffet? I thought you were going to arrange it. I don't know. We're going to pick up our guests at the airport. Who was going to pick them up? Well, somebody would. All the guests, all of those luminary, voice actors and Hollywood directors and things. Some of the guests, including Tara Strong, who was like the #1 pony person out there, never got picked up at the airport. They wound up taking taxis. We'll have staff stationed around to direct people to where various things are. It would have been nice if they had the staff to do it. We're going to have a dedicated vendor hall. Well, they did. Nobody knew where it was. We're going to give all the sponsors special speeches by the voice actors. You're a sponsor, you get like a thing, the voice actors are going to give you a personal speech. They never actually told the voice actors that. So they grabbed a Brony superfan named Dusty Rhodes and said, Dusty, you're well known, you give a speech to the people. Dusty had to give dozens of speeches over the weekend, but the people were saying, yeah, we were looking for Tara Strong, we weren't looking for Dusty. Sponsors get executive suites. That's one they really should have thought of, because they had, I don't know how many dozen sponsors, there's only 4 executive suites in the entire hotel. So, yeah, somewhere, again, that was a great idea. At what point I was wondering, did somebody say, how many sponsors? Never mind. We'll pay for the vendor bits, we'll give the vendors money for them on Sunday. Let's talk about Sunday. Here's some direct quotes from people who were there. There was a mad scramble for money. Everything was being directed and paying off the celebrities. At one point, the guy at registration turned around and the cash box behind him was empty. One of the managers, one of the celebrities, had snuck up behind him and taken the money to pay his client. This happened more than once. If it happened the first time, I think I would have locked the cash box, but that's just me. All right. Good old Sunday. Then it came time to pay the bill. They didn't have any money, and this is Las Vegas. You know, it's not a bunch of friendly little old ladies who run the hotels in Las Vegas. It's guys with very, very thick New York accents and hats that pull down over their eyes. They put out a desperate call for donations. The British call it a whip round. They raised $12,000. The guests that were supposed to be paid were told, sorry, we had to pay off the mafia. We can't afford to pay you anything here. The hotel, at 3 p.m. on Sunday, went into the dealer's room and said, all right, everybody out, right now. Leave anything behind. It's hotel property. We're going to sell it to pay your debt. Overcharging the guests' hotels, rooms. They had no money to pay the dealers for the bids, so the dealers who sold stuff basically got shafted. They made no money that weekend. The organizers were accused of skipping town because round about that 3 p.m. time, none of them were anywhere to be found. They had disappeared. I don't blame them, because there was probably a lynch mob out there after them. They had had a charity auction, but to this day, it's unclear where the money for the charity auction went. I'm making no accusations. I'm just saying it's unclear where the money went. Now, this is something interesting. Since this time, guys like me who understand the business have gone through and looked at the number of people that were there, the number of sponsors, the number of autograph things they had, and they started adding up what it would have cost to run the convention
compared to what had been brought in. And apparently, on paper, there would have been enough money. There would have been enough money with all that money raised. There should have been $40,000 left over. Nobody knows where that went. And nobody has been able to get in touch with the organizers ever since. Once again, I'm not making any accusations. I'm just reporting what has been reported to me. If you go to Las Vegas, you go to that website, don't. Just don't. You go to that website, this is what you get. I got every virus in the world on it. It took Norton 4 days to clean the computer. Just don't. All right. Now, everybody would have learned from that, right? Less than 12 months later, you might have heard of this one. This one has gone down in history. Dashcon. You might know the story, you might think you know the story. I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Okay, it's going to be a convention for Tumblr users. We're going to invite the Welcome to Night Vale, some kind of rock and roll group, I don't know. Baker Street Babes, Steam Power Direct. We're going to have 7,000 attendees for a first-year convention. Right, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have 7,000 attendees because you're inviting Welcome to Night Vale and the Baker Street Giraffes and the Steam Powered Babes and all that, or whatever the hell they're called. What happened? Exactly what you would expect. When their headliner group, Welcome to Night Vale, did not show up, the people that had these very expensive tickets for the concert were told, we'll make it up to you, you get an extra hour in the ball pit. I'm not making this up. That was what they were offering. That's the ball pit, by the way. There are rumors that can never really be confirmed or denied that somebody had, shall we say, soiled the ball pit. Hard to tell because halfway through Saturday it got a hole in it and deflated. The attendance was somewhere between 350 and 1,000. Even if 1,000 showed up, they are at quite a few less than they budgeted for. The hotel, at the very beginning of the convention, demanded, look, we're going to need reports vary between $17,000 and $20,000 as a down payment. So they had a frantic whip round asking people from it, does all this sound familiar? The Night Vale canceled. Why? It depends who you ask. Night Vale, well, Dashcon said, well, we had enough money to pay them, but there were technical difficulties that prevented the performance. You ask Night Vale, they say, yeah, they didn't give us any money. The agreement was, arrange all this ahead of time, send us the money and we'll show up. They never sent us the money, we didn't show up. A random staffer claimed, oh, we paid them, but they chose not to appear anyway. I will leave it to all of you to decide which one is closest to the truth. Okay. Night Vale cancels, they get an extra hour in the ball pit, yay. The hotel demand payment for the guests who did show up, whose rooms were supposed to be complimentary, but there was no money to pay for them. The organizers were accused of skipping town. Up to $9,000 in convention funds are unaccounted for when somebody did the math and thought there should have been enough money, etc., 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 etc. How history repeats itself. We are supposed to learn from other conventions. That's one of the reasons I give this talk. We are supposed to study what other folks have done, not just what was successful, but what wasn't successful. And we learn from it. We're supposed to. Rainforest was a different story. Rainforest was financially very successful. However, they suffered from a singular problem, and it's best described in words of their own staff. The Hilton sustained, the hotel that is, more damage during rainfirst than all the rest of the year combined. It didn't even include damage to the guest rooms. We're just talking about damage to the public areas. Essentially, people destroyed the hotel. Was that incident I was going to mention? Ah, yes. That one there. 2 plumber calls. Those plumber calls were not, the toilet is stopped, the bathroom is flooded, all the water soaked the business offices that were underneath where all the computers were. Somebody stuffed towels into the hot tub pump and caused the hot tub to overflow and flood. Petty vandalisms, thefts. What else happened there?
So it really was rainfirst.
It was rainfirst, all right. They had to post, due to vandalism, the hot tub is closed. If anybody tampered with a smoke detector, tell them there is damage to hotel, rampant drug use. In short, the Hilton is not happy with this. That is not what you want to hear as an event organizer. This is their house. If you're staying in a friend's house and your friend gets pissed at you, what's he going to do? He's going to throw you out on your ass and never invite you back again. Guess what happened? Heed the words of some of their own staffers. This is from what they wrote. Cultural problem with rainforest leadership. And I actually had this discussion with their chairman. Chairman talked to each other. He kind of was sneering at me because Uncle Kage bans people. There's no need to ban anybody from your convention. That's what he told me. He told me that to my face. No need for rainfirst to ban people. So people just did whatever the hell they wanted, and there was no banning. The staff member went on, we were entirely unwilling to hold people accountable to standards of behavior. We were a safe space to violate the rules. There would be no consequences for violating the rules. The time came eventually when the Hilton said, you know what, we've had enough of this shit, get out. So rainfirst just went to the next hotel, but hotels talk to each other. The next hotel said, we're not going to talk to you. The next hotel said, we're not going to talk to you either. No hotel in the state would have them. So you notice rainfirst is not there anymore. All because they were not willing to make sure their attendees behaved themselves. So the next time you're doing something and a member of security says, hey, don't do that, don't be the one that gets this convention thrown out of this beautiful hotel. Because not only do hotels talk to each other, not only do convention organizers talk to each other, all these people talk to each other and they're going to know who you are. This one is uniquely American. America, fuck yeah! I gave this talk in Taiwan, as I mentioned, and I got to that point. America, fuck yeah! There was a guy doing live translation into Hokkien, and I heard him say, America. I said,
was it as free as their free speech?
come on. And he sort of looks, I said, yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. So he said something in Hokkien, and the whole audience burst out laughing. And when I was done, the chairman came up and said, the hotel owner would like to have a word with you. Very polite people in Taiwan. Okay, here's what free-for-all is going to be. America's Anthro Convention. Because somebody was angry that furries are always censoring people. They're too woke. They won't let you speak freely. You don't have freedom of speech in furry conventions. It was going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the height of American freedom. And the guest of honor is going to be To the Ranting Griffin. The organizer was Peace Wolf and their husband Foxglove. It was going to be a place to be yourself.
possibly after Peace Wolf got banned from all the other local furry events for being themselves. The organizers, both Peace Wolf and Fox Club, were known to have some somewhat right-wing views, and Two Griffin was billed as a champion of free speech who speaks his mind and nobody can censor him, which, as an old friend of his, I can say, is his problem. He is accused of being homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, racist, and a Nazi. He is none of those things, but you wouldn't know that by talking to him. As I say, he is an old friend of mine, and I've tried to tell him, dude, consider your audience. I will not be silenced. Like, sure. It was not well received, as you can imagine, by the furry community. Now let's see how it actually went. Well, it was accused of being alt-right, and people called it FashCon. And the organizers said, we are not fascists. Here's some of the organizers for you. I'm not even going to mention him. That is a gentleman who goes by the name Foxler. That's Foxler. He is the head of a group called the Furry Raiders, who insists for people who are not Nazis, they look pretty Nazi-esque to me. Their big thing is, that is not a swastika. Yeah, it might as well be, fuckwit. All right, I said it. They had to move the venue and the date to another town in Oklahoma because the original hotel was looking at Twitter and it was blowing up over this, and when pictures like this showed up, the hotel said, no. There was a YouTuber that was known to be a Democrat, a left-wing person. I saw his tweets and the things he was posting to YouTube. He was not being critical. He was simply filming what was happening and posting it. He wasn't even making any commentary. But I guess they didn't like what he was filming because they caught him and threw him out. About 207 attendees, and if you look at the attendees who were there, a lot of them are known to many convention organizers. That's all I'll say. The local news got wind of this and started looking at names and started saying, a lot of these people seem to have criminal background histories. Okay. Believe it or not, there was another year. After all that, there was Free for All 2023. It's still America's Furry Convention. Not fascist, American. Right. It's still going to be in Glenpool. The guest sponsor are going to be Slofluffcon and Cab's Corner. Now, there were some interesting things going on at this point. Peace Wolf had basically broken up with her husband, and gone off with none other than Slofluffcon and Cab's Corner. This turned into a very ugly public shit show, where, they were using the official convention outlets, which for some reason they had not taken away the passwords to basically talk shit about each other using the official convention Twitter and all that. And this didn't really go well with folks. They got spooked and they said, look, we don't want any part of this. We would like to cancel our memberships. You can cancel your membership all you want. They wouldn't give you refunds. No, sorry, we're keeping your money. Their parent corporation, which was a nonprofit convention running organization, merged with Slofluffc's, which was basically a furry pornography outlet. He sold porn. That's what he did for a living. So and still does, actually, yeah. They lost their nonprofit status because apparently you can't be a nonprofit corporation and sell dick pics to people. the convention staff started to quit. And when they quit, they were going to their Twitters and they were making accusations of embezzlement of money and worse. I'm just going to say and worse for legal reasons. You can look it up yourself what the accusations were. The reality of the second year of Free for All. No artist was willing to provide them art. They could not find any artist to make art for them. The organizers themselves did the artwork, and when they couldn't get artwork from themselves, they used AI to plagiarize other artists' artwork. No, we didn't, they say. That's a lie! Well, that's Kale Tiger's artwork. This is the artwork they came up with. I'm not saying nothing, right? Peace Wolf by now was very publicly active in the Furry Raiders, this neo-Nazi furry organization, saying very, very fascistic things. The staff dropped from 36 staff members to 25. The number itself is small, but think of that in terms of percentage of your staff. The attendance estimated at about half of what it had been the previous year, between 77 and 115. All programming was run by free-for-all staff or a member of the Furry Raiders, probably in their cute little uniforms with their armbands with the paw print in them. All of these people got banned from Fur Affinity. I'll leave it to you to figure out why. The organizers still proclaimed the convention was a success. So, they were going to have 2024. And it was going to be in Glenpool, Oklahoma, in the same thing. We are not Nazis! Our guest of honor is going to be Foxler. No. When I gave this presentation in Taiwan, PowerPoint actually played the Horst Wessel Lied, the old National Socialist anthem. I thought that might not go over well here, so I took that out. So yes, that's Foxler. Again, not making any judgments, just gonna leave that up there for a second. Oh, by the way, that was the last we ever heard. That announcement was made, and nothing ever happened. So, nobody knows. It just kind of fizzled. And I'm sure many a tear was shed by people who were disappointed. Mostly Fox. But you know, it is not always the fault of the convention. Sometimes shit's just gonna happen. One of the most famous was Disclave, that ran from 1950 all the way up to 1997, 47 years. This was the major science fiction convention. If you were a science fiction fan, you went to Disclave. Everybody went there. Isaac Asimov, Roger Zelazny, George R.R. Martin, Michael Whelan. Anybody who was anybody in science fiction went to Disclave up until 1997. What could have happened in 1997? Again, stories differ. I've talked to people who were there. I've looked up official accounts. And there's always multiple sides to any story. Watch the Kurosawa film, Rashomon, if you want to know about that one. So, version 1 was the con committee allowed another group to use convention space. That was the con committee version. Another group came in and was asking, can we use some of the convention space you're not using? And we said, yeah, sure, why not? I don't know if I believe that, because if somebody comes up and says, can we use your convention space? I'm going to say, yeah, let me $25,000 or fuck off. I'm paying for that space. Now, the other version was the convention programming included a demonstration of Shibari. Do you not know what Shibari is? It's fine, raise your hands. if you don't know what shibari is. I'm going to tell you what shibari is. Shibari is the Japanese art of suspension bondage. It is an art form. They have these very, very complex knots that are tied, and apparently this is extremely erotic for many people, and that's fine, you know, but if you're into that, that's great. There were some people who were into it. They saw this demonstration, and they said, we gotta try that. So apparently they were selling these complex rope things, and these people ran back to the hotel and said, oh boy, let's try this. We're gonna try this. Okay, where do we attach the ropes? Look around, where can we find, what can we attach the ropes to? Let's see. Oh, how about that thing? How about that? What is the word in the local language for this object? And does that roughly translate to sprinkler? That is not a sprinkler. That is the roaring gusher of death. That thing is designed to deliver 500 liters of water every minute at very high pressure, high velocity, and it is not...
water that is very stinky.
Yes, it is not warm and it is not clean. That water's been in that pipe since the hotel was built. When it first comes out, it oozes out like tar for about 2 seconds, and then this black rush comes out. This is a demonstration. The water doesn't look like that. I've seen one of these go off. Think about it. 500 liters a minute. It probably took at least 2 or 3 minutes for these guys to panic in the room and try to stop it. Another minute before they called to the front desk and said, holy crap, this has happened. Another 3 minutes for the front desk to send somebody up to investigate. Then they're going to call the fire brigade. It's going to take the fire brigade 10 minutes. You know what? You do the math. This is what the hotel looked like. The first 4 floors of the hotel. Think about it. If you're on floor 3 here, everything beneath it was extensively damaged, actually destroyed. Because once this rotten, stinky water gets into your building materials, you don't just scrub it off. You've got to replace it. The new hotel that they tried to go to said, oh, your disclave? Yeah, we're going to need a damage deposit for you. How's $3 million sound? Disclave had to cancel. And Disclave was no more. But 4 years later, this convention showed up with a big sombrero and a phony mustache saying, no soy Disclave, soy Capclave. So Capclave suddenly rose up, which was a brand new convention that had nothing at all to do with Disclave. Sometimes that's what you got to do. It's a little hard to see with this light here, but there's this figure standing outside the door, and I can only imagine that's the chairman of Disclave looking in and saying, I am so fucked. Incidentally, on the first floor, which was extensively flooded, was where all of the hotel's computer servers were. You know, I could probably spend, oh yeah, you'll sometimes see this in American hotels. The fact that we have to tell people this, well, yeah. However, this has happened at furry conventions. Furries have tried to dry their fursuits by hanging them from the sprinkler. And yes, every rule, if you look at the standards of conduct at any convention, every rule is put there because somebody made it necessary. Years ago at Amphicon, being America, we used to have a long list of items you are not allowed to bring into the convention. Switchblades, balisong knives, swords, sword canes, pistols, long rifles, black powder rifles. It went on and on and on and on. And I walked into the lobby of the hotel to see a man playing with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. And I ran up and he said, "It's not on the list." Well, damn, it wasn't. I said, "Well, neither are brass knuckles. Let's get one." Actually, they were on the list. So now the rule just says, no weapons. Okay, no weapons. So if you're ever at a convention and you see a weird rule, okay, do not put your dick in the light socket. I could go on and on. I've seen a lot of these. Here's just a summary of some of the more amusing ones I have witnessed in my lifetime. New York Star Trek Convention, the world's first Star Trek convention. In those days, you sold tickets through the same agency that sells concert tickets. We didn't have registration systems like we have now. They were selling it through what was called Ticketron at the time. They had 2,000 tickets and they sold out immediately, and Ticketron said to the organizer, "What should we do?" And the organizer said, "Keep selling!" Yay! Well, 2,000 tickets were made up because that was the maximum occupancy at the hotel. Somewhere around 30,000 people showed up. It was the world's first Star Trek convention. Who knew there were that many Star Trek fans? It was often referred to as DisasterCon or RiotCon. I used to work with the guys who were working security there. When you ask them about it, they get this faraway look in their eyes. Oh yeah, we remember that. The allegations were that the organizer ran off with the proceeds. I have never been able to find proof of this. But the people who worked there told me that the hotel was coming to them saying, "Okay, who's going to pay for all this?" And they said, "Well, the organizer person." Well, that person had just booked a flight to Mexico City with all the money. That's what I was told. Again, I have not been able to find any proof of this. If you can find it, great. Oh, by the way, somebody threw a pie in William Shatner's face. I got no problem with that. JumpCon. This is a great one. A guy known as, well, alternately he called himself the Emperor or the Prince. He had this great idea. We're going to have a science fiction convention every week in a different city. So this week we'll have one in Philadelphia, then we'll have it in Las Vegas, then we'll have it in Seattle, then we'll have it in Chicago. You know, on paper, it's an interesting idea, sort of a national network of regional science fiction conventions. Apparently, the first convention got canceled, then the second convention got canceled, then the third one canceled 2 weeks out, then the law went after him the following year. He was indicted on charges of fraud, estimated at the time to have been about $8 million in debt. Way to go there, Emperor. This one was a little scary. Tent Moot. It was organized by a person named Andy Blake, also known as Victoria Bitter, also known as Jordan Wood, who publicly claimed to have the souls of both Elijah Wood and Orlando Bloom inhabiting his body. Sure, I'm going to give this guy money for a convention. I'm not sure how Mr. Wood or Mr. Bloom would have reacted to this, or whether they had consented to having their souls inhabiting this person's body. But apparently, it was going to happen. They had a staff. They had, guests organized. The guests arrived. Staff members went to pick them up, got to the hotel to find out there was no convention. I had no idea how this happened, but apparently it did. People put their faith and trust in a person who claimed to have the souls of Elijah Wood and Orlando Bloom inhabiting his body. I was having a discussion with a very, very nice fellow earlier in which I mentioned an American phrase, "You can't fix stupid." The senior staffers wound up having to pay the airfare for the guests. Mr. Blake or Ms. Vitter or Wood, whatever it was, also indicted for fraud. There's no further information. He's probably rotting in a jail cell somewhere. Good for him. FedCon USA. There was a FedCon in Germany. This was a science fiction convention, and it was very successful. So somebody said, we can do it in the US. Now, information is a little sketchy, just like the convention. There was a 3-day convention. On day 2 of the convention, one of the guests was on stage doing exactly what I'm doing right now, when the organizer got up and took the microphone away from the guests and said, sorry folks, the convention's canceled, you're all gonna have to go home. Which I'm sure the guests was, what? Do I finish? When asked what happened, the organizer said, we were hoping for people to show up. You cannot plan a convention on hope. This is why I tell people you don't start a convention. You build off of a small event. You're hoping for people to show up. I wish I could go back in time in 2008 and find this person and slap the stupid out of him. They gave refunds to people who had paid on site for registration, but the people who had pre-registered, there's no reports. We don't know what happened. And Theory. This was a furry convention. Took place in Redondo Beach. For some reason, 1 week out, the hotels changed. Never found out why. But they promised the hotel 300 rooms on their peak night. This is a first-year convention. 300 rooms implies you're expecting more than 1,000 people. At about 11:50 a.m. on Friday, 10 minutes before opening ceremonies, the organizer ran up to the guest of honor and said, we're in trouble, I need to borrow some money. And the guest said, what's happening? The hotel wants a down payment, but registration hasn't opened yet. We don't have any cash. And the guest of honor said, well, how many people are you expecting? Well, we're expecting at least 1,000 to show up. Once they show up, we'll have the money, but the hotel won't wait until 1 when it's supposed to start. So the idiot guest gave him $6,000. Would you care to guess who that idiot was? You would think that the white coat would make me smart. I wound up having to sue the son of a bitch because on Sunday, I started to get a weird feeling because the place didn't look all that crowded. Matter of fact, it didn't look like this right here. And I went to the registration desk, and the guy was sitting there looking very bored all by himself. And I said, how many people have shown up on site? And he said, 3. Yeah, I had to sue the bastard. Please, 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 you don't start a furry convention. Have a fur meet in your town. If you get 100 people to come to your fur meet, you can get 100 people to come to a convention. If you can't get 2 people to go bowling with you in fursuit, you got no right starting a convention. I usually say 60%, I've since dropped that to 50%. If you think you're going to have 1,000 people, no, you plan for 500. It is always, always possible to add more resources. If you go to the hotel and say, may I have more rooms that people will pay you 150 euros a night for, they're going to say, oh, sure, sure, sure. But if you promise the hotel 300 rooms, for which the hotel expects more than $250,000 in revenue, they're not going to be very happy when you tell them, well, the people aren't here. I think the hotel sued the guy too. The funny thing is, he apparently died in 2018. At least I think he did. It was reported he did. But I knew the guy.
just say, I never saw the body. Let's just leave it at that. Have a lawyer look at your contract, for God's sake. If you sign the first version of the contract, the venue gives you, you're a dope. And nobody can save you. Lawyer's got to look at it because the lawyer's going to say, hey, no, 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 no. Yes, you're going to need this, add this, add this, add this, add this, add that. That's how the game works, folks. You need experienced people on staff, or at least seek the advice of an experienced person. Like a colleague and friend of mine in an unnamed convention in an unnamed country was going to make the big move to a convention center. And I said, please, in the name of all that's holy, let me look at your contract. But no, he knew what he was doing. He didn't need my help. The convention center. Okay, you get the rental of the hall, the great hall up there. It's only going to cost you $1,000. Great, he signed the paper. And then the convention came. Yep. That hall is yours. We got you $1,000. Oh, you want chairs in it? Well, they're $5 each. You want tables at the front? They're $25. Oh, you want to use the stage? Oh, the stage isn't included. The stage is another $1,000. Oh, you want the lights turned on? Well, the lights can come on. They're going to be $600 an hour. That was in the contract, but way in the back where he didn't bother looking. And have a budget. Look up what everything is going to cost, and do not forget, with many event-related things, they're going to tack a service charge or administrative fee on it. That $1,000 becomes suddenly $1,200, and then if there's a local tax, that'll be added to that too. Put all this in Microsoft Excel. You say to yourself, I'm going to have 1,000 people. No, you're not. You're going to have 500 people. And build your budget off of that. There is nothing wrong with having too much money when you're done. But you will be very unhappy if the piper shows up wanting to be paid and you don't have any coins in your pocket. Any questions? Didn't think so. So yes, now you're all experts in how not to run a convention. So, thank you.
again, in October, of course, YouTube.
Do you also want a picture?
Oh, sure. You want the future? Yay.
Okay, the second picture hold the first. I hold up. That was here, I thought. Yeah. Oh my god.
And apparently what happened was I was storing up for 2 hours, then they got me in the
Yeah, but he's live. Make every song. Okay. Don't break your back. Okay.
They took my picture.
There are so much my friends, they're like, they told me that I was not even behind because they went
What are you doing? You like a power lifter or something? Oh, okay.
That's the
I take
secret.
it. I
That's
take
the
it.
secret.
Yeah, right. Never ever picked it up.
Yeah, every time I'm like, you know, like, oh, I'm too fat. I'm like, usually people who say that have never been picked up.
Have I been just
It's so fun because, like, you know, especially with my girlfriends, they like are such a serotonin boost for them when you pick them up because, you know, they've never been picked up because they're like too large. Everyone can be picked up.
Okay. No.
We had some nuggies left, but I think fine? All fine. Door.
Okay, stop. Ти се слушаш оригиналните песни.
Open the door. No.
Einer von den größten hat der aufgelegt, SSFD, Südstaaten so messerfrei ist wieder so meme-mäßig halt, ne? Hab ich jetzt gestern nicht, wenn ich dann die Atzen irgendwie in so einen Drop mit reinhau, so Sachen mache ich dann schon.
Shut up!
Aber
Come to the main stage for the Fursuiters. Only Fursuiters this time. Only rich people.
Only rich people.
Man, fuck you, man. I need a cheetah hug. Hello, cheetah.
Don't hold the line. Don't hold the line.
I can. I work.
No, you're gonna hold them later. You're not the first.
Das ist irgendwie schon absurd. Das ist nur für Copyright. Oh, okay. Mehrere.
Get your fluff butt inside. Come on, Fursuiters, photo! We're not waiting for you! God damn it! Inside, everybody, including Kage. Everyone else stays steady because the second one is here for
There's a cockroach.
even not those riches.
Unless you have a studio inside. Are you going to lodge? Yeah, just be in the lounge. Let me just.
May I enter the film?
Yes.
Okay. We will link online. It's not not gonna be a straight line, it's gonna be more of a curved line. We will guide you through though.
Okay, so hello everyone. Could you fill up the back first, please? There's black marking on the floor. Just go back a little.
Guys, you have to spread out more. Come here, come to the front, come to the front. Make it beautiful for me. Beautiful line. Is it fine? Okay. Okay, come to the front. Yeah, come. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Have enough space around yourself. That would be really nice to see. Yeah, you can come closer if you'd like. You would be also closer. Lunas, is that okay? Or would you like to have the horseback?
If someone who's throwing the lights, could we turn off the moving head in the back of the stage? No, the really bright one. Nope. Nope. Yeah, that one. You can turn on the lights on the ceiling again. Yes, that's perfect.
You need any adjustments?
Yes. Let's all move back a little because you won't be visible if you're not within the marking. So please go back a little, all of you.
Oh, okay, I see the marking now. But
yes, there's markings on the floor. And please go back. Yes, so the line before the last line, also walk back please. Look behind you. If there's space, please walk back.
Go back. Like this?
Yes, you're doing good.
Okay.
Now, especially the people in front, in the middle, please go back.
Go back. Check behind, you have like 1 meter of headroom behind you as well. Can you please a little bit more?
We're slowly getting to it.
Okay, awesome. Oh, here as well, right? Jonas, you as well, right?
Yes.
Yes, go a little bit in the back. You as well, Oscar. A little bit more. Okay, just a little bit more. Okay. Is that good enough?
Yes, that's perfect. Could we turn on the ceiling lights?
Ceiling lights?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 moment.
They've been on last time.
Quick. Not working, 1 moment.
Yes. The one in the center are not on. Firefighters going for it, I guess.
Okay, cool.
Good morning, everyone. So I hope you had a nice day so far. Can everybody see me? everybody's here. We're gonna take the picture now. For that matter, please all look up to me.
There's still people coming.
Oh, there's still people coming.
We're also 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. 2 more minutes.
Jackie, hurry up. You need to be in the photo. Go. Oh, okay, so that's how it is. Okay, I see, I see. Is everything in their place? I think they are. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. So all look up. Don't talk to your neighbor. Don't look at your neighbor. Just look up. Look to me. Can you move from me? Oh, I couldn't hear that. There we go. Thank you so much. Now, put your hands in the air. Yes, you're doing such a good job. Thanks. And we're done. Stay here. All the other attendees can come in now. So we take an all attendee group picture. My suggestion is mix yourself between the scooters. There are markings at the bottom. Please stay within the markings. And you can fill up the whole area within the markings. There's still like 5 meter space in front of you guys, so if you want you can move forward as well. You will be in the picture if you're within the marking. So please use the space in front of you. It's completely fine to move forward now.
Yes. If it's gut, dass ihr jetzt das ist ja auch toll. Ich bin bereit.
Where's the photo guy? Is that him?
It's so hard to press.
Hello. I'm proud of you guys. We made it. We made it to the group photo. Now, sadly this year, yes, Now, so I would like the audience to get away from the main stage now. We will have staff group photo now, and everyone that's staff, please wait in the photo shoot area. I would like us to take a picture. Yes, I have to.
Hey, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.
And Oscar, you have to be as well. Yes. Everyone that's not staff, please move away. Thank you. Oh no, don't take photos. Thank you. Great success. Oh my.
Slofluffcon 2026 Comic Sans.
Oh my goodness, you're using Comic Sans. Very nice. Artists would cry. Oh no.
I love this. This is great. So everyone from staff, could you please walk to the back and... Yes, please walk to the back of the markings.
Jonas, you will take it down here? Also? Okay, cool. Don't have to worry about that.
You guys are such good boys and girls. And yeah, what's up, Jackie? So I would like you to make a line again. A line so we can take a photo together. What? No. Whoa. Okay, so let's make a line. Of course, towards the audience. Come on, Jackie. Move. Plum. Like this. You. Okay. Oh, okay, no problem. You want to be in the photo?
Guys, please walk back. You will use the back of the markings as guidance. So please walk back.
Go back. We will go towards the stage. So, yeah. markings in the back? Yeah, stay here, Meyer. Giraffe, here. Stay next to Meyer. Come here. Yeah, move here. One step further. Oh, there's the marking as well. Okay, that's fine. Let's make a straight line. Yeah, straight. Let's get everyone more close to each other. Yeah, you can move a little bit more to the back. More to the back. You might find not a straight line. Not a straight line? Shit. No. That's okay.
There are markings on the back. Yes.
One moment. Okay.
You still have a lot of space on your right side. You only have one line on the right side.
First line, go a little bit down. Also, we don't have any people in the back, so.
Guys, look around you. We still have a lot of, like, the right side is still not built enough. Either move closer together. Yep. Yes. Just compress a little bit. Nerding, can you go on the front? Yes, perfect. That's way better. Yeah, just let me set up my sketchy setup here. I'm almost done. Okay, are you guys ready? Then look to the camera. And let's go.
Say cheese!
That's it. Now hold your hands up in the air, I guess. And now point to the camera. Oh, that's it. Thank you, we're done.
Everyone for participating. You guys are awesome. Let's get the camera down and let's see some cheese bug up.
Just for your information, if you're part of security or medicals, if you do bandage stuff, please stay. We're going to do another group picture with all the security and the medics. Okay, so we have two. Alright, okay.
So we have we have 2 participants for the next one. Come up to the stage, please. Okay, so I hope you do like M&Ms, because otherwise you wouldn't get this presentation. You like M&Ms too? Do you like M&Ms too? Not really? Okay, this presentation is only about the colors, so here's... Okay, that is great. So then I would say, stage is free. I give you my microphone soon. Who of you will... Then let's hear about the best M&M colors presented by...
Hi, I'm Nix.
And?
Hi, I'm Channel, a couple. And I'm here and color. Here. So, first of all, I assume everybody knows M&Ms, right?
Yes, they are a candy of many colors. And of course, it's a shell that covers chocolate, right? So, obviously the shell makes the difference as to the flavor. So we need to make sure that we have the best one whenever we choose to eat M&Ms.
Yes, exactly, because the color is very important. The taste lead depending on the color.
Yes, because otherwise they're just tasty or they're yum yum. So you have to have, be very, very, very specific. They come in different varieties, of course, different fillings, not just chocolate. There's,
There's marshmallow, blood flavored one.
Brownie, crispy, your mom, and the rainbow colored as well.
Okay, apparently it's a graph, but I forgot my glasses, so I don't really see.
Well,
okay, so this is a bunch of lines. So, I guess good, right?
Yes. So this is a graph of the taste, look, feel, and the stonks of the M&M colors. And of course, each of the colors is represented by a line on our line graph here by our extensive research conducted at the Karlsruhe Institute for Technology.
So if you've invested in M&Ms, your portfolio is gonna be pretty good. So you might want to look into that, talk to your broker about it. Highly recommend it.
Unless you use the brown M&Ms, which are, of course, the worst for the stocks.
No, that's where the line goes down, so don't invest in those.
And everybody knows that lying down is bad. But let us move now to what M&Ms can do for you, the normal people of the world.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. Okay, so bisons are not immune to M&Ms apparently? I thought...
Chocolate is bad for, of course, many animals, including bison. And so if you feed bison, if you go to, the United States, and you feed the bison M&Ms, you run into issues where the bison will just eat you with their horns.
They become really feral. Even if some colors of M&Ms make them more angry, so you gotta be really don't M&Ms anywhere near those kinds of animals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
However, if you use M&Ms and you dip them in soy sauce before you interact with a bison, then you're going to be perfectly fine.
You need chopsticks for that. Make sure you bring chopsticks. The M&Ms.
Absolutely.
There's a world record of the most M&Ms eaten with chopsticks, so within like 5 minutes or something. So if you want a world record, you can try looking into that. Guinness World Record. By beating it. I know about that one.
Absolutely. And it is worth mentioning, of course, that if you eat your M&Ms in moonlight, you will receive different bonuses and boosts based on the equipment that you have, equipped during your playthrough.
Yeah, but if they're expired, you might get a bad jinx, and you might become cursed.
True.
So
very true.
Be very careful for
yes.
expiration.
Now we shall go next into what the best type of M&M is, which is of course red.
Really?
Yeah, we did the paper. We published the paper. The red is the best because it looks the most delicious.
Does it?
Yeah.
Based on science?
Yes.
Okay, so science says so.
We wrote the paper, remember? Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's the color of love, of the attention, and of course, the blood of your enemies.
Exactly.
Yes. And
white is okay.
Red is, of course, a round color, which everybody knows and requires absolutely no justification whatsoever, and thus it is the shape of love. So red M&Ms are both the color of love and the shape of love. Therefore, red M&Ms.
Oh, and speaking of shape, there are the really, really rare ones that are the square ones. Get those, you send them back to the M&M company. They give you a check back for, I think, like $10,000 or something.
Really?
So look out for those.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it happens.
It's because, of course, square is the shape of enemy, as opposed to round being the shape of love.
That's the triangle one, but I don't know what that one does, so probably don't.
Fair.
Yes. Is it like paint it somewhere, don't touch it anymore?
Put a box around it. Yes. And of course, no conversation about the M&Ms would be complete without referencing the anthropomorphized M&Ms, which, of course, as everyone knows, the red anthropomorphized M&M is the prettiest of all of the M&Ms, as you can see in our graphic here.
Yeah, there's the, I think they could paper somewhere.
Well, that means we have some reading to do after our presentation today.
They all have powerful legs to turn, especially in the problem.
Yes. The power stance that red possesses, obviously, if you're looking for the best, you have to have power stance. And so, power stance.
I have a little mistake here because it says yellow is good, but I'm pretty sure the purple one.
Purple is a sub?
Yeah, there's a typo. Sorry.
I mean, more than one color can be sub, right?
No.
Oh, sorry, only one color can be sub.
There was another research. There was another research that was conducted, an experiment where they hold two pieces of candy together and they press against them, and whoever gets squashed, the loser one. So, like, eventually, that's how they find the strongest M&M. And that's how they figure out which one the top and the bottom.
Ah, wonderful. And of course, red won this competition.
Apparently.
Yes.
So, go red, yeah. The blood tasty one.
Yes. And thus brings us again to why red is the best, because he is perfection. Just look at his eyes and tell me that it is not perfection right there.
Yeah, he does some perfection. But
He knows what you need.
He is the perfection. And did you know there's a big M&M store in New York, and they have like waterfalls of M&M with your name on them, and you can get groups of M&Ms from there.
Really?
If you ever go to New York, you should check it out. If you really like M&Ms, you can get yourself food with an M&M.
After 10 years of extensive M&M research, I did not know this.
Yeah, they do have.
So I will have to, my next time that I decide to go back to the United States, which is never, I will have to take a look.
It's a Times Square, so pretty big to it. Can't miss it.
Very good.
And
this is again why red is the best M&M. He is of course red shaped. But let's take a quick moment to talk again why bisons don't like M&Ms. Because red is a cowboy. Simply put, that is why bisons don't like M&Ms.
He's a cowboy, I thought he's Taylor. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's go.
Yeehaw. There's also a statue of a red M&M that is worth over 53,000 euros. You can buy it. Yes.
It's a pretzel M&M. There's also a pretzel M&M. That's new generation.
Yes.
Like their latest evolution.
Bored, salty, just like, you know, every person in every online game, right? I'm with the youth. I know jokes. And, of course, putting M&Ms as pretzels, or rather pretzels as M&Ms, brings into, you don't need red, you just need pretzels. Unfortunately, however, this is only available in the United States.
And this guy got an M&M in his eye. Yes.
The elusive black M&M in your eye. I think it's the president of M&M who has not brought the pretzel M&Ms here to Europe. So, because it's a US exclusive, this guy is the one who's preventing the lovely pretzel M&Ms from reaching our shores here.
Yeah.
Yes, apparently his name is Schultz. Schultz?
He used to be, I think, one of the prime ministers.
I'm a dumb American, like, I need help here.
And Schultz will bring US pretzel M&M to Europe. So vote for Schultz.
Because we said so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Please enjoy M&Ms responsibly.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and looking at the time, we have a perfect match. It's now 18:30, so I guess this panel is over. So this was the last presentation. All right, then there's nothing left for me to do to thank you all for being here, for being in the audience, for enjoying 90 minutes of presentation. Also for telling us why cats don't like broccoli. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
George Carlin, the American comedian, called it a little mental goose, just a little thing that gets people to wake up and takes them out of their normal day. I like to do that kind of thing. There's something else I like to do. Since they often will give me that seat in first class. I'll look around in the gate area, and I'm looking particularly for someone like a little old lady who looks like they need it. Here's little old grandma sitting there in her wheelchair all by herself, and she's looking sort of forlorn. They, of course, let her board first, and they're wheeling her down. And I'm boarding second because I put her up in here. And I'll come up and I'll say, beg your pardon, ma'am, may I ask what seat you're sitting in? And she'll say, well, I am in 28E. That's back there in the middle. And I would say, that's not at all a comfortable seat. You take my seat, I'll take yours. And I'll trade my boarding pass with her. And she'll be usually extremely flabbergasted by this, and she'll try to say, no. I say, oh, I don't have time to discuss it. We have to board. So I'll seat the lady in the nice first place, sit down, lean down, and I'll say, the alcohol is free. And I'll go back. Why do I do this? 2 reasons. Number 1, I'm a furry. That's the kind of shit we do. Thank you. And number 2, Universally, the flight attendant will see what's going on and will come back and bring me the first class champagne. Everybody wins. There's no losers in this game. In fact, I met a remarkable lady. To me, she just looked like a little old lady was having a bad day. But it turns out she is a renowned local author, adjunct professor at the University of North Carolina, and we've become very good friends since then. So it's a wonderful thing to do. After all, they put my fat ass up front because I fly a lot. If I can make somebody else's day, I'll do it. And this is something that I've said to folks, even at this convention. I believe this with all of my being. I have a superpower. As a matter of fact, all of you have the same superpower. You may not realize it, but you do. This is the greatest superpower anyone can have. It's not X-ray vision. It's not the ability to lift a locomotive. The greatest superpower in the world you as furries have is to make somebody else smile. This day and age, there is no greater gift you can give to your fellow human beings. Keep that in mind. There's a lot of fun here, aren't I? I've been telling folks that, furries do this, furries do that, and I do believe that. There is something about us. I think we're the last people in the world who actually have feeling for those around us. There was another flight I was taking. A lot of my stories involve air travel. I think I spend half my life on an airplane these days. Of course, if you're in first class, you're poor, thank you, nom, poor, thank you, nom. In fact, I have told flight attendants that I consider it my duty to help lighten the aircraft for landing. That bottle is very heavy. Okay, bring it here. I will take care of it. I will protect all these people at the cost of my own health. Just please don't put me on YouTube. Some years ago, I was in the city of Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, and yes, Washington City, yes. Not DC, but the other Washington, the real one. And I was coming home of some morning flight, and at the time I was working for a company that was very easygoing about time off. If I was going to be back late, as long as the work got done, they didn't care. So at 7 o'clock in the morning, I was getting ready to board, and of course the announcement came, the flight is overbooked. If anyone is willing to give up their seat, please approach the podium. And me, being a generous, magnanimous person, went up to the podium and said, "How much do I get?" And the lady said, "We'll give you a $600 voucher." "You have my attention, ma'am." So she said, "Okay, we don't know if we'll need your seat, but we want you to wait over here. If we need your seat, we'll give it to somebody, and then we'll give you your $600 voucher." Okay, so I'm sitting there thinking, oh boy, I could wind up with like $600 richer out of this deal. And they called me up. "Yep, you win or you lose, depending on your point of view. We gave your seat to somebody else. Here is your $600. You can use this for another flight." Incidentally, little pro tip for you all, if they offer you a voucher for a free flight, don't take it. Ask for a money voucher, because I can use that $600 anyway. If I have a voucher for a free flight, they'll say, "Oh, you can't use that on this flight. I experienced this. Well, I got my entire year built up ahead of me. I know where I'm going. I want to go to further confusion. Can I use it for San Francisco? No, you can't use it for that flight. Well, I want to go to Michigan for Motor City Furcon. Well, you can't use it for that one either. I went through the entire year and they said, you can't use it for any of those flights. And I got angry and I said, okay, where can I use it? And she said, well, where do you want to go? I said, that's not the question. You tell me where I can use it. And she said, well, we can send you to Greensboro, North Carolina on March 18th. I said, fine, give me a fucking ticket. I flew out at 8 a.m., sat in the airport an hour, flew back home because I was going to use that voucher. But in this case, I had $600. I felt like the Monopoly man. I was rolling in money. And so as I started walking away, because the next flight they're going to give me, that's going to take off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I've got 7 hours now. Of course, I can go sit in the lounge. You know, you might have seen the little thing, the lounge, the club. If you wear a hat like this, they let you into those things, right? So as I started walking away, I passed a young man, a Middle Eastern fellow, who was looking extremely sad. And I stopped and I said, oh, were you on standby too? And he said, yeah, they couldn't get a seat for me. I said, oh, well, that's too bad. And he said, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm on orders. That means this man is a United States soldier. He is on orders, meaning he has been ordered to return to his base by a certain time. And I said, when are you due back? He said, tomorrow at 9 a.m. And I said, and they couldn't get you on this flight? By the way, the United States is a fucking big country. It's a long way from Seattle back to North Carolina where he needed to be. So I said, come with me. And we went up to the podium and I said, hey, this guy's a soldier. He's going to be court-martialed unless you get him back there tomorrow by 9 a.m. Can you do anything? So the lady's like, oh, there's nothing we can do. And I said, okay, I'll tell you what. Here's my card. I've got status on United Airlines. You might have heard of, you get your frequent flyer status, you silver status, gold status, platinum status. I fly a lot. I've got silver, gold, platinum, chairman's preferred, suck my dick level status. So the lady went on the computer and she did her best. And she said, I cannot find any flights at all. But the poor soldier looked like he was gonna cry. So I said, okay, come with me. We ran up to the club. Because often the ladies at the club know little tricks. You hear music? I was wondering about that. I thought it was just me. In that case, I can have more wine because I'm not having DTs. We ran to the club, and I said to the ladies, do you have any magic? Can you get him back? He's got literally 24 hours to get back home. And the lady was tappity, and she said, there is nothing, not even on any airline that we are partnered with. But then she said, have you tried Southwest Airlines? And I said, oh, please, no. Not that, anything but that. If you don't know what Southwest Airlines is, good. You might have heard of Ryanair. Southwest Airlines makes Ryanair look like Emirates business class. It is the flying bus. But that was our last best hope. So I brought this young fellow, whose name was Lotfi, by the way. I brought him into the club, sat him down, we got him some breakfast, and I called Southwest Airlines. And I said, okay, I need to get this guy to North Carolina by 9 a.m. tomorrow, what can you do? And the lady said, well, we can route him through and we can do this and we can get him there. And I said, how much will it cost? And she said, $575. So I turned to Luff and I said, dude, have you got $575 handy? And he looked devastated and he shook his head. He said, they don't pay us a lot. You know, I don't have that kind of money. And I looked at my voucher. I thought, you know, I'm still $25 up on the deal. So I said to Southwest, okay, go ahead, make the reservation. And Lotfi didn't know. I said, hey, listen, you're a soldier, you work for me, shut your face. Actually, that's exactly what I said. Because even though it was morning, I'd already started drinking. Because I'm Uncle Kage, why not? So I got in the plane ticket, and we're basically going to the same location. We're going to North Carolina. That's where I live. That's where his base is. So we sat and we talked for a bit in the club till about 10 in the morning. And I looked at where my flight would be taking off from. It's clear on the other side of the airport. So I said to him, you know what? I'm just going to head over there and make sure everything is cool. So I headed over to the other side of the airport to see a sign on the flight they were just putting up said, flight canceled. And I said, why is it canceled? And they said, because of the snowstorm. I said, what snowstorm? She said, well, there's a terrible snowstorm in North Carolina. This flight is canceled. And I said, oh, shit, Lotfi. And I ran back, and I got to the club, and the young man, he's on his phone, because Southwest Airlines had called him, telling him his flight was canceled, too. So I grabbed the phone away from him, and I said, okay, where can you get him? Can you get him to Virginia? Can you get him to Arlington? No. Can you get him to Charlotte, North Carolina? No. Can you get him to Washington? These are the closest airports. And she said, yes, there's still a flight flying to Washington. I said, how much is that? She said, $593. I'm still $7 up on the deal. So I said, make the reservation, and then I made a phone call. And I said to Lotfi, okay, your flight is now taking off in 45 minutes. Get your ass down to the gate. You're going to go to Washington. We're going to get you a rental car. And he said, I can't afford a rental car. I said, shut up. Go to the Enterprise counter. If they ask, your name is Sam Conway, you're with Anthrocon. Just do as I say. That's called corporate discounts. I called the next morning. Lotfi was due at base or be arrested at 9 a.m. He got there at 8:45. So yeah, why do I do that? That's the kind of shit furries do. I'm still $7 up on the deal. We had some talks earlier. We did convention war stories, which is, okay, convention organizers, what kind of horror have you seen? What things cause you post-traumatic stress? And one thing that's always fun to talk about is, what have you found in your lost and found box? Was anybody in that talk? Okay, so you already know the kinds of shit we found in the lost, so don't tell them. What have I found in my lost and found box? Okay, this is something that actually changed our entire practice for collecting lost and found. We packed up the lost and found box, we put it in the truck, we drove it from Pittsburgh to the state of North Carolina, which is sort of like driving from Sarajevo to Moscow. And we arrived and we unpacked the lost and found, and we found some poor fucker's passport. Okay. Yeah, this is a problem. What we do now is anything travel critical, like a passport, a driver's license, car keys, we leave those behind with the hotel. Pro tip, if you want to run a con, do that. But some of the things I found have been extremely shocking to me. We have had fursuits left behind, entire fursuits left behind. I mean, full suits. And since you asked, I got a phone call from one of our hotels saying somebody left a fursuit behind in the hotel. And I said, well, can you describe it? They said, well, it's in a leather travel case. We just unzipped it far enough to see that it's a fursuit. I said, all right, send it to me. They sent it to me. It was a big box that arrived. And I opened the box and there was a big plastic bag inside. And I opened the plastic bag and there was another plastic bag inside. And I opened that, and here was a rather nice-looking leather travel case. And I opened it, and yes, that was a fursuit in there. And it was very, very apparent that this suit had been used for something other than the fursuit parade. I'm going to let you think about that one for a few seconds, because I need this. Yes, I immediately recognized that I was not going to be contacting the owner of this fursuit. I put it back in its plastic bag. I put that back in its other plastic bag. I threw the entire thing in the garbage and then went and took 6 showers in rapid succession. But that's not the strangest thing I found. One thing that somebody offered me a possible solution, and it's possible, but one can only speculate. We got back, and there was an artificial leg in the lost and found. And I said, how did you not notice? I'm picturing a guy getting home saying, oh, God damn it. I was wondering why I was having trouble reaching the gas pedal. Excuse me, Anthragon, do you have my artificial leg? Why, yes, we do. It's right here. Oh, wait a minute. It's a right one? This one's left. However, I think that the one that is always going to stay in my mind happened during the convention. I came downstairs, as I do every morning, and I went to operations, as I do every morning, just to check the log, to see what happened during the night, what kinds of things is security not going to tell me, because they don't. This is an argument I've been having with those motherfuckers for decades. We'll be sitting having drinks together, and they'll start reminiscing, and they'll say, you remember when that naked meth addict ran into the lobby and started urinating on fursuiters? And I'll say, what the fuck are you talking about? And they'll say, that was 2015. Guys, why didn't you tell me? It would have upset you. How do I answer that? Yes, it would have. I kind of want to know. And they say, we took care of it. But this one,
I happened to look in the Lost and Found. And it was, at first, a little difficult to think of what I was looking at. There was a plastic bag with what sure as hell looked like a pair of artificial breast implants in it. And I said, security guy, excuse me, what are those? And he said, oh, that's a pair of Ghibli jobblies. I said, okay, what are they doing in my Lost and Found? And he folded up his newspaper and he said, let me tell you a story, Uncle Kage. The night before, there had been an individual who was perhaps on their way to transition, but had not gotten very far. This was described as a very, very large, muscular individual who was wearing the Ghibli jobblies.
What's a Ghibli jobbly? I've never heard.
Artificial breast implants. Tits. He called them Ghibli jobblies, they were tits. Boobies, woo-woos, you know, balloons, mambos. What else would you like me to call them? Gazongas. Ghibli jobblies, okay? We're gonna settle on the currently accepted term, Ghibli jobblies. Apparently, this individual, we can only speculate that this individual might have been imbibing in some substances that were more than just this, because this person was wandering around muttering to themselves and getting very agitated and getting very angry. Anthrocon employs some local police officers who have been with us literally since 2006. They're great to have. Our folks know them. They know our folks. They are some of the most wonderful public protection you could ask for. Our favorite one is a big, happy, jolly black gentleman named Bill Kisman. You know, Officer Bill. Our folks adore him. Bill has a good way with people. He's very gentle. He saw this person and he recognized this could be a potential situation. So the first thing Bill did was all the people standing around, he said, how about y'all go downstairs? You know, let me have a word with our friend here. And then he went up. Now, this is Bill's official report to me. I did not witness this. I am going by his report, and I have no reason to doubt his report. He went up to the person, he said, excuse me, miss, said miss, respectfully, you seem to be very upset about something. I'm a little bit worried. Is there something I can help you with? The person turned around and jumped him and knocked him to the ground and started punching him. Bill, being a very experienced police officer, started fighting back. Our security ran to help out. Now, they're good enough trained that they're not going to jump into a policeman fighting a perpetrator unless they're invited. So they're standing around, and what I got from my security crew were two important facts. One of them was heard to say, so that's what pepper spray smells like. And the other one, I can only imagine this fight going like a Tom and Jerry cloud of fight with fists flying everywhere. And he was standing there, and all of a sudden this pair of Ghibli jobblies flew out and into his hands. This continued until the person grabbed for Bill's firearm. That's when they dogpiled them. Everybody, the entire street. There was probably a pile of bodies this high piled on top of this person.
They helped subdue the individual, placed them in handcuffs. Bill actually suffered a broken arm during this. So the person was hauled away. By Anthrocon policy, I'm not allowed to discuss the band status of any individual. I'll just leave it to your imagination. But here I am at home now with this pair of Ghibli jobbies, which are wrapped in plastic because they're still soaked in pepper spray. And I called up Bill and I said, "What should I do with these?" And he said, "You'd look good in them." And I said, "Yeah, I know, but the pepper spray." He said, "Well, I'll tell you what. The law is, after 30 days, if they don't claim them, you can send them in and call them lost property." You see, what Anthrocon does is, after 30 days, if you don't claim a lost and found item, we just put it on a tape in the convention center and tell people, "Come and take what you want." But I didn't want to put the Ghibli jobbies on this table. Number one, people would be asking me, "What are these?" And I'd be saying, "Well, those are Ghibli jobbies." And number two, I was afraid there'd be a fight for people wanting them. The funny part came 20 days later when this perpetrator apparently was able to pay their bail and get out of jail, and they called me up and said, "I want my Ghibli jobbies back." I called Bill. I said, "What should I do?" And he said, "Send them to me." I said, "They won't look good on you." He said, "Send them to me anyway." So I sent them to him, and I wrote back to the person, "Oh, if you want your Ghibli jobbies back, you're going to have to contact Officer Kisner. I think you may remember him. He's the one whose arm you broke. Here's his phone number." I never heard back after that. Bill has threatened to tell me the rest of the story, but actually I don't want to know. You know, I've had my part in it. So when people say to me, "What is the weirdest thing you have found in your lost and found?" I say, well, it starts with an artificial leg, and it goes downhill from there. Well, there have been other things. There was the flogger. There was the, that's what they call it, right? The little whip with all the little things on it there. Oh, and sketchbooks. Oh my God. We had an entire library of sketchbooks that for some reason people didn't come after. We have since disposed of them, and now that I think about it, we probably could have made like a catalog on Fur Affinity and sold it, made a lot of money. Although some of these images, shall we say, were not legally suitable. We're just going to leave that at that. So people say to me, "I want to start a furry convention." Really? Do you see this? I am 28 years old. Do not start a furry convention unless you want to find a pair of Ghibli. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. I've got a story I'm often reluctant to tell. It's not really the greatest story. It's not really the most uplifting story. But it's a story that I occasionally like to relate because somewhere in this room, maybe there's somebody who needs to hear it. So I will forgive you if I end this on what might be considered a downer. Because even in the life of the storyteller, not every story is happy and joy. I was living in a little apartment in my home state of Pennsylvania. This was, my goodness, more than 20 years ago now. And it was what we call a garden apartment, one of these where there's a common entryway and then 4 apartments that the doors led in on it. I had recently lost my job because in those days there was not a lot of call for chemists. I spent a lot of time doing temporary jobs and shit like that. So I was sitting at home, actually I think I was on Furry at the time. And while I was sitting there in my living room, in my underwear, because, you know, Furry mom, I heard the most terrible screams coming from the apartment next door. And a woman started shouting for help. What the hell else am I gonna do? I remembered to pull on a pair of pants. That didn't take long. And shirtless and nervous, I opened my door and I ran to the door next to me. There was an older middle-aged lady and a younger lady who was frantically trying to dial the phone and having trouble. And there was my neighbor lying on his sofa with a very, very large, jagged wound in his neck. And I turned around and I called the emergency number. And I said, okay, I don't know what's going on, but how about you start bringing them out here for me, okay? So I said, I need, you name it, I need police, I need National Guard, I need Donald Trump. Get everybody out here you got. And I went back in, and the mother was lying across, it was her son that was lying there, lying across his body, sobbing, and I picked her up and said, ma'am, I'm very sorry, I kind of need to be here. And the first thing I had to do was find out, is there any saving him? It was pretty obvious he'd been dead for about 2 days. But whatever had caused this wound, I didn't see any weapon. So I got back on the phone and I told the dispatcher, I think you have a crime scene here. So I got these 2 ladies, I didn't know what else to do. I took them into my apartment, I sat them sobbing down on my sofa. And then I went out in the foyer. Another neighbor came home and I told her, I said, look, your little girl is going to be coming home from school in about half an hour. How about you go meet her and take her for some ice cream or something? I don't think this is something she needs to be involved in. The police arrived. They checked the house. They realized nobody was there. They established, yes, he was deceased. What they discovered, apparently when Mom had leaned over to embrace her deceased son, she had kicked the pistol unknowingly under the sofa. The pistol with which he had shot himself in the roof of his mouth. What we were seeing was an exit wound in his neck as it had rebounded off of the various structures. So I was sitting in my living room with this absolutely devastated mother and equally devastated sister. And the police officer, since at the time I was in emergency services, I knew these guys, they came in and told me what they suspected. And at that point, the mother overheard. Now she was of the Catholic faith. And she immediately started to get even more upset, if you can imagine that. So I lied through my teeth at her. And I said, look, I've been in the place your son has been. I don't think he meant to do this. I think he was thinking about it and the gun went off accidentally. That's bullshit. I know it, you know it. But if there was any way at all to make her feel better, goddammit, I was gonna do it. And as the police were investigating, they played his answering machine. Apparently his girlfriend had called about 8 times asking why he wasn't calling her back. And then she said, "If you don't call me back, I'm going to kill myself." I said to the police officer, "Look, now remember, this is 1995. When I went in, before I examined my neighbor, I saw there was a computer in there. I said, listen, if he's using Windows 95 and he doesn't have a password, you can look up whatever recent files he was looking at and maybe get a clue for what was going on here." And he said, "Could you do that?" I said, "I could, but I'm gonna need permission." And I went back, here's poor mom, and I kneeled down next to her and I said, "Ma'am, the officers would like to look at your son's computer and they're asking me to help. I'm not gonna do it unless you tell me I can." And she couldn't talk, she just nodded. So I went in and I looked at what some of his recent files were. They were image files. They had names like Pussy 001 and Snatch Dash 3. And I said, "I'm pretty sure I think we know what those are." And the cop said, "We need to be sure. Open the first one." Pussy 001, okay. "Yeah, that's what that is." And he said, "Yeah, open the next one." I said, "Officer!" He said, no, really, we need it." "All right, you fucking pervert." However, we did find the contact information for his girlfriend. And the police were able to contact her. And just then, his phone rang. And I was the one closest to it. And I picked it up. It was his place of work, saying, "Is Chris there?" And I said, "Sort of. Could you hold on a moment?" And I said to the cop. So the cop took the phone, and he told the co-workers what had happened. And we were able to piece together that he was having a lot of difficulty at work. And we can only presume that this was a leading factor to cause him to do what he did. The next thing I thought was, okay, this lady's a Catholic. I went to her and I said, "Can you tell me the name of your church?" And she did. And I called that church and I said, "I need to speak to a priest." And I explained what happened. I said, "Can you get someone of the cloth over here? I think somebody needs you." Now, bless them very, very well. They sent a priest. And at that point, my apartment was theirs. I just let them do their thing. They took my neighbor away. The mom and the daughter left with the police, and I was left kind of shell-shocked by all of that. Didn't really know what else to do. I called my little old mom and said, "Can I come over for dinner? I think I need to have dinner with my mom." And I did. And 2 weeks later, I got a phone call from that nice little old lady asking me if I would please come and have dinner at their house. Of course I said yes. This is how I dressed. Because I wanted to see something other than the half-naked stranger who had come running in when they were in such dreadful pain. And I went, and we had a lovely dinner. And then the mom said to me, "Would you show me what was on his computer?" This wasn't part of the deal. So I said to her, if you want me to, I will. What I need to explain is that your son was a healthy young man with a healthy young man's appetite. If you want me to show you what was on the computer, I will. But she insisted, so I did. Possibly one of the most awkward things I've ever had to deal with. But I did it because I had to. Now I want to tell you something. I see a lot of furries these days. Oh, they're sad. They're having a problem with work. They're so bright. Oh, I'm going to kill myself. Please don't say that when I'm around. You're going to piss me off. And before I get canceled, let me explain why. This was 1995. This was 31 years ago. Even today, I will sometimes sit bolt upright in bed, sweating and shaking and crying. Not because of having to feel for a pulse on a 2-day dead body. Why I sit up shaking and crying is because this guy, in order to get back at his co-workers, did something that didn't affect them, it only affected his family. So when I sit up at night and am brought back, I'm not brought back to the horror of the situation, I am brought back to the deep, absolutely terrible sobs of a mother whose heart has been broken and can never be mended again. So if you're thinking about it, remember this story. I'm going to leave you with that. Thank you very much. Now it's cheese and wine, right? I got half.